Good morning all. I'm very happy to be chairing this morning the workshop on assessing European universities between social impact and quality assurance. I'm Alessandro Arienzo, the institutional coordinator for Federico II, University Federico II of the Aurora Alliance in Napoli. And I'm very much happy to have you here and all the people and the colleagues and friends who are on Teams and following us in YouTube in streaming. On behalf of our rector, Professor Matteo Lorito, we hope will be at some point during the day with us today, and indeed of all the colleagues in Aurora. I'm very pleased to welcome you all in Napoli and to our seminars, particularly to our guests who wanted to attend the meeting that was organized by the Aurora Coordination Federico II with the full support of the Aurora office today with us. I hope that this day of working together will give us much food for thought and some useful pointers to support our efforts in building European alliances. We are all committed to building European inter-university campuses. Each of the alliances has its project and its vision, but what we have in common is our effort to strategically integrate different organizational cultures, policies, and strategies within a European vision. Aurora was born in 2016. It was the network that it was in this network that the idea of participating in the Commission's call for a European alliance was born. And while we want to preserve the free collaboration that is inherent in the Aurora Network project, and we want also to experiment with strategic and long-term forms of cooperation through the alliance, both constitute in our vision, the pillars for the construction of the European research and higher education system of the future. For those who believe in the importance of Europe, of building a common home that welcomes and enables the human, civil, and political development of all cultures of our continent, and which is at the same time capable of welcoming, supporting diversity, and strengthening democratic values and institutions, these are difficult. Aurora is almost at the end of the 3-year program. We are working to continue our work. Other alliances have completed their first experimentation phase and are about to consolidate their experiences in the new 4-year program launched by the Commission. We began, all of us, immediately having to rethink our projects because of the pandemic. We are now facing, also in Europe, and in ways that all of us have never seen before, the effects of the climate crisis. And war is once again in Europe. But this cause, precisely these difficulties, I think, give us the profound meaning of the work that we are doing. Equipping ourselves with quality policies and tools, this is the issue on the topic of this workshop today, will give us the indication of how to make our path lasting over time and effective. It makes us understand what we are doing wrong to the better is important. And since we strongly believe that everything we do to make our societies capable of responding to the great challenges of the present, we cannot fail to ask ourselves about the social impact of our actions. How to define it and how to evaluate it is the topic that we're discussing today. Today is an important day, for our university, but it's also a very complex one. The honorary degree to Tim Cook, in the presence of important institutional guests, have made it necessary to move the venue of our workshop. We are in a large and beautiful room, different from the one we had planned, and I hope this will not detract us from the pleasure of working together today. Before leaving the floor to Anna-May Jensen, who is the director of the Aurora Network and also one of the really strongly supporting colleagues in the Aurora Alliance. I want to thank Mitamara for the who strongly wanted this workshop and worked for that. And I also want to thank Alessia Caso and Elena Dell'Aquila, without whom me and Bruno Catalanotti, who share the coordination responsibility with in Aurora, would not have been able to do very much. And let's also thank my colleagues, Claudio and Francesco from the University Computer Center, who helped us in setting up this room for us. That is all that I wanted to say. Greetings again to all of you, and wish all of us a fruitful day of work. And please, Anna May, the floor is to you.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. And I think you have my slides to be shared online. People joining us via Teams. We'll just wait for a second. I'll just shortly introduce myself when. So indeed, my name is Anna Jansa. I'm the Secretary General of the Aurora Universities Network. I'll talk a little bit about Network and Alliance in a bit. I've got my background in membership organizations. I worked in Brussels. I worked at Universities UK International in London for 4.5 years, where Brexit was my topic, which always, my presentations were slightly depressing when working on Brexit. So it's actually quite nice to work on something which is positive and people get excited about and is uplifting. So although I loved my job, I really did the switch from that to this alliance, which is a lot more positive. It's very welcome. I think, yeah, perfect. Wonderful. Perfect. No. So I've been asked, and I have the pleasure today, to give a little bit of a short presentation, no more than 15 minutes, and Alessandro, do cut me short if I'm going over time. And I really was asked to just give a little bit of context to set the stage for today. So I'll talk about the alliances in general and talk about the network and the Aurora Alliance in specific. Let's go in front of you. So the Aurora network, in a way, was a bit of a European University of all lettres, because what actually happened is that most university networks have a very traditional setup in terms of universities that want representation, the policy nationally or on global level or in Brussels. And Aurora was a university network that was already doing what European universities are doing. They have these networks and these groups of people coming together to work on things that they thought were important. And what happened when the call for the alliances came out is that what we were actually doing was then transformed into a bid, and we were getting paid some money for what we were already doing for free. And I always think that's quite a nice distinction for what Aurora as a network was already doing. Thank you. So as Alessandro already said, Aurora was founded in 2016. And we've always had around 9 to 10 members, as we do right now. It really was and is a platform for university leaders, administrators, students to come together to learn from each other, to share best practices, and really to make sure that we, contribute to the communities that we serve. It's a partnership of like-minded and closely collaborating universities. And we really have the link with the local community is something that's really important to us. Our vision is really to use research and education excellence to ensure that we have societal impact and benefit the communities in which that we serve. We've always had a couple of key themes that we focus on, and these are diversity and inclusion, societal relevance and impact of research, student engagement, and innovation in teaching and learning. We want to operate, and we do operate as a high trust platform. So we really operate on the basis that we share everything we're going through, also the not so good things and the struggles and the hurdles. Then just this quick slide to show you where our universities are located. On the map, one is missing because the alliance, we've got one more, number 10, which is University Trieste, which recently joined us. And we need to update my slides. But as you can see, it's from Iceland to Naples and from the UK to the Czech Republic. So we really got quite a substantial coverage. Then what I wanted to say just quickly on the network, now that the Alliance is doing a lot of the activities that the network used to do, we are shifting more towards the traditional membership organization, and the kind of services that we are offering and are going to expand in the future is really making sure that we share best practices on things that are not covered in the Alliance, and we really have these discussions with experts in their fields, and again, the representation in Brussels, which my colleague Pim is key in, and he's joining us today as well, and I'll do a presentation in a little bit, but really to make sure that we our voices are heard in advocacy around policies on higher education and research in Brussels. And the network also has a key global outreach incentive and a way forward in the future. Then just a few words. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, and I know I'm preaching to experts, but just to set the stage a little bit, because not everyone might be completely in tune with the EU policies around it. I just wanted to say a few words about how it all got started. As you all know, famously in 2017, Macron said, "We need European universities." And the Commission thought, okay, how are we going to do this? It became a council conclusion, which is, for those who know and who are part of a bit of a Brussels bubble, as soon as something becomes a council conclusion, then the Commission has to get to work and they have to do what the council conclusion says they have to do. So the few things that we already knew at that point was that Macron has said, you know, European diplomas, European semesters, 50% mobility, students learning in several different languages, and include research and innovation as well. These were, of course, very broad and general comments, and then the Commission set out to try and translate that into what we now know as the funding calls for the alliances. We've had 3 funding calls now. The 4th one will open very soon. I've heard, for those of you who are part of the second wave alliances, apparently this Friday, the Commission wants to open the new funding call, which is a lot sooner than last year, and we are protesting. But up until now, 3 funding calls, 45 alliances, more than 300 institutions, so that's quite substantial. Then for those really nerdy policy buffs out there, I just wanted to frame the discussion a little bit, because of course Macron said this, but then you have to frame it into the EU policies that have been developed and are the priorities for the coming years to come. And as you can see, the really overarching 4 priorities are protecting citizens and freedom, developing a strong and vibrant economic base, building climate neutral, green, fair and social Europe, and promoting our interest on the global stage. You will immediately see that the objectives for the European universities are very similar to those 4 overarching priorities, which of course is not a coincidence. Then what happens is those are then translated to the priorities for the Commission, the 6 that you've got listed there. And as you will see, those also ring very familiar because they are translated into the program of the European universities. So then, of course, that is the next step to higher education and research policies. And these are the ones that are, there are others that are linked to higher education and research, such as the digital agenda, but these are the direct ones that we have to tackle with. The skills agenda is really focused on businesses and to make sure that individuals have better skills and how to put them to use. So you're talking about sustainable competitiveness and social fairness. That is the skills agenda. The European education agenda, that is really the Commission's answer to the Bologna process, because the Bologna process was an intergovernmental process. The Commission is in the lead, and the European education area is their EU answer to what the future of that of European education should look like. As you see, the European strategy for universities is where the alliances are mentioned, but also the legal status and the European student card. And then the European research area is also relevant for us, because this is basically the rules of the game for research. Like, what will, if a researcher in a university performs research, what are the rules that he has to adhere to? Then that translates itself into, and I promise I'll stop shortly with the whole policy thing, but that translates itself into what does that mean for European universities? And as you can see, this must all ring very familiar to you working on the project, making sure we have a balance between inclusion and exclusion, synergies between education and R&I, geographical balance, diversity of the kind of institutions that are part of the alliances, and sustainable funding, which I think is an interesting one in the years to come. Then just a couple of things on the Aurora University Alliance, because of course, what are we focusing on and what makes us different from other alliances? And I think we've got really three key strategic priorities. The first one is making sure that the students, our graduates, have the skills and the mindsets when they are done to go out in the world and tackle those big, grand societal problems and challenges. We really want to make sure that we give our students this entrepreneurial innovation mindset so that they, rather than just absorb knowledge, but when they're done, go out into the world and know what they want to do and have the skills to actually contribute to those big topics in society. Collaboration with external stakeholders and students is really something that we want to make common practice for both education and research. Student engagement is something that we find is really, really important within Aurora. Our Aurora student president is on our board. So that is how far we take it. And they are more and more becoming involved on all the levels that we do. Of course, it's always a bit of a struggle because students have in these types of situations a 1 or 2 year mandate and then they move on. But we really find this is very important. And then the third one is that we want to become sustainability pioneers. And what does that mean? Can we become carbon zero universities by a certain date? What do we want to do in terms of our campuses and sustainability there? So this is really something that we want to do to contribute to the SDGs. And that translates into really the 4 pillars of our program in terms of activities. So learning for societal impact, engaging communities, research and innovation, and again, the sustainability pioneers. So the learning for societal impact is the part where we want students to have this, engaging, innovative, entrepreneurial mindset. The engaging communities is make sure that we work with our stakeholders, our local, national, European, and students. The sustainability pioneers is what I just said about, how do we make sure we become these carbon zero universities? And then the research side of things is to make sure that we deepen and expand our collaboration within our alliance. So what does that then mean in terms of activities? And this is, I promise, the last heavy content slide, and then I'll answer any of your questions if you want. But what does it actually mean? Because I talked a lot about policy and translating different levels of policies into what that means for us, for the alliances and for us as Aurora. And I just wanted to mention a couple of things that we're, practically doing. What are we actually doing? And when we talk about social transformation, it's really about making sure that in the future, we've got a student population that reflects the communities that we have. So what does that mean? That means that we have developed we've identified what we want the student population in the future to look like. Like what kind of diversity, what kind of students should be part of the Aurora universities of the future. But of course, also, you have to rely on data in order to do that, and strengthening our capabilities to analyze big data, because not all countries record things in the same way, whereas in the UK, universities record everything from sex to gender to religion. That is, I think illegal in Italy, maybe even. But you have really such a wide breadth of legal obstacles and different frameworks in each country that we're trying to make sure that we streamline those things. Borderless learning, I mean, this is a familiar one for all of you. 50% of students need to go abroad. But what do we then actually do? Well, we focus on plurilingualism and what are the hurdles and the obstacles to recognition and mobility? And how do you support the international structures of these students going abroad in terms of IT? Then transforming education from the inside. So here you really talk about making sure that teachers have the skills to teach for social impact. So training the trainer is one of the things that we are looking at, but also general academic competences, like students start a degree and they have certain competences and you want them to have competences 4 year on. What are those competences? What are the steps that you need to make for those students to have those competences by the time they graduate? And all of this I've already talked enough, I think, about sustainability pioneers and the SDGs. But all of this comes together in what we call our pilot domains. These are 4 areas where we kind of test the things that we do, and courses that fall within our pilot domains, we try to implement our activities. And these pilot domains are sustainability and climate change, health and well-being, culture, diversity and inclusion, and digital society and global citizenship. Quite a broad variety of pilot domains and where we try and really implement the things that we effectively are developing. I realize that is a lot of content at the early morning. Thank you for your attention, and any questions, happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Anna-Mai, for setting the stage and also presenting the basic facts of Aurora. You will probably follow some activities that are the same activities that we have in Aurora, but you will probably experimenting different activities and with different vision. That's the nice part of the plurality and diversity of the alliances. We have seen so many experimentation. We hope in the future to be able to develop together some sort of a common stance, even keeping this diversity. Also within Aurora, as in your alliances, there is a lot of diversity within university, organizational cultures. This is one of the activities that we have. By the way, we will try to keep this workshop going on even in the future and establishing collaboration. And you will find all the slides and things in the Teams, and also the registration of the meeting as a way to work together in the future. Now I leave the floor to Mita. Thank you, Mita, again for all her effort. We will be chairing the discussion and with other colleagues. And thank you, Anna-Mai. Do we want to have a brief discussion question now or at the end of the next? Let's have for the next, question after at the end of your presentation. Mita, you have to move here if you want to.
Are going to session. Thank you. Sabine Rose have been so much supporting my efforts and my ideas, first of all, to organize this seminar. And I would like to thank all participants who have come here in person, but also those who are connected online to share this interest in the evaluation of European universities. I guess this seminar could appear just an expert meeting, but I'm convinced that our conversations that we hold today and tomorrow have a great political relevance to improve the working of our own universities and the alliances we belong to. But let me frame my presentation very briefly along the lines that I've listed in this slide. I'm going to touch on a few issues in the background, mostly referring to the increasing demand for evaluation in higher education institutions. I'm going to touch some critical aspects concerning evaluation policies in higher education institutions. And interestingly, I guess I will highlight some of the innovations, some clues for reform. Pim will follow up later on with more details about that I think could be, some good for discussion today. And then I'm going to focus on the specific issue of quality assurance, just to give you some of the information that have been shared recently in some circles, which strongly work towards creating a unified framework for all European universities as far as the quality assurance evaluation is concerned. But my quest will be going back to discussion, going back to evaluate the question, which are the very first step of any evaluation study. If that's, the genuine interest that brings us here, and not so much, indulging into the technicalities that will, of course, be part of the discussion, but may hold a less level of political relevance for our stakeholders. But let me just highlight, the climate we are living with. The increasing demand for demonstrating impact in higher education and specifically in research policy. This demand has intensified the climate for accountability, not only for higher education institutions, but also in other contexts, especially in other European policy domains, for example, the European cohesion policies, or even the smart specialization approach that pursue transformation, social and economic transformation based on knowledge, where, of course, higher education institutions play a critical role. But we have also to acknowledge the fact that we are living in a world where more and more there is a conditionality based on performance measurement, based on impact assessment that will also set the amount of resources, financial resources that can we count on. So having in fact, that we are now in this kind of environment that requires us, much effort and attention towards evaluation, let's highlight what evaluation of universities and research has done thus far. And here, there are some of the controversy that we are facing across different settings, different institutional domains. We have mostly practiced, evaluations according to two major evaluation paradigms. on the one hand, we have a strong emphasis on bibliometrics, and so indicators of impact factor related to publications, which are mostly quantitative measures that certify to some extent here, according to commonly shared understanding, scientific excellence. This is, the evaluation concerning specifically the science domain, science system. But we know that when we speak about impact of the higher education institutions and research and education, we also want to acknowledge and account for impact in an external domain, where usually there is a dominance of economic returns, economic value measures, indicators like number of patents, licenses, new trademarks, number of new business created. These are indicators, again, quantitative, mostly geared towards how much the university is able to support business enterprise creation. And we have also used different methods and techniques. For example, impact input output studies at the very aggregate level, but also surveys, measures of commercial income, case studies as well. They are coming to the fore in latest evaluations. But again, we face a major frustration, probably that's the right term in here, that these indicators fail to grasp the multiple functions that universities perform and some of the activities that also are so important for regional development, for example. Let's think about talent attraction. Some of our teaching activities that can generate, for example, service delivery, in collaboration with organizations in the third sector, or some consultancy that, especially in the social science field, can generate value for the territory. So we are now experimenting, at least in the community of evaluation, with new ways to perform evaluation. We are experimenting with alternative metrics, and Nicola Dotti will talk about that, in assessing impact of publications beyond academic domain. For example, how many times publications get covered by social media or in blogs that are shared across the globe. We are also putting much more emphasis on these productive interactions, the relationships that institutions, higher education institutions, are able to develop with different stakeholders in society. I guess this notion of productive interaction is really key to explore the diversity of the potential impact pathway that we can generate in society. Interaction is productive, according to Span and Androg, if it leads to effort from our stakeholders to use or apply research results, practical information, or experiences to change their behavior. So our interest is really trying to understand behavioral transformation, how it occurs in society. But then come the difficulties, the critical methodological issues relating, for example, the attribution. How can we attribute any practice or change that we can observe in reality to a specific piece of research done, for example, many years before? Or how can we make the connection between training and practice, training and the application of that knowledge in workplaces, in productive organization? This methodology problematic aspect match also the political
difficulty to, let's say, buy into this concept. We have indeed acknowledged, some interest about about productive interactions by managers, by policymakers, but still, the way we transform, this notion into a very well shared and acted upon metric, to influence funding, to influence allocation, that is another matter. So this also brings back to the issue of how we acknowledge, as I was saying before, the diversity. And May was very much stressing this aspect. Diversity to account for effects that may appear in some contexts, but not in other contexts. We can, again, trying to reconstruct different causation chains, but we have to be sure and sensitive to the fact that these causation processes may be very different from one another in different contexts. I just wanted to show this picture to depict the kind of complexity that we have to face when we look at productive interaction. That's something that I have been directly involved in the study of digital academy's impact in the regional context. And that's why, for example, Apple Developer Academy has gotten so much emphasis and importance for our region. Why, again, Tim Kuti here, as you can see, you can appreciate, here we have different levels of program displayed, the acting upon measures, different units of analysis to understand the effects of these measures. And we can both have a look into the micro domain and the macro domain. But again, trying to hold everything together is a challenge, is again a methodological challenge, and even more so a political challenge, to the extent that we're not able to neatly identify accountability processes or merits of the programs. The problem of the many hands in here is quite an issue for policymakers who are looking for quick results, quick measures to sell around their program. So we have to be sensitive of this political aspect of evaluation as well as the methodological. And if we want to learn the lessons that in other domains have already been highlighted for European evaluation, for European universities, then we have to identify the key issues that we have to explore. And May was, for example, pointing to students' mobility, students' diversity, the innovative approach by teachers, by faculty that have to face very different audiences at European level. We also have to acknowledge the collaborative efforts from many managers working within our university, within the alliance, researchers, faculties, and the stakeholders. Raffaele Trapato is very much pointing to the relationships with multiple social groups and actors that we have to deal with as higher education institutions in order to maximize our impact in society. So these are the issues in social impact that have also a repercussion in the specific domain of quality assurance. Quality assurance are procedure standards, specific solutions that have been institutionalized over the past 15 years since the Bologna process, at the national level, but we also have to acknowledge traditions that are underway in local universities that are compatible with national rules, but yet frame the way we gather data, we register the relevant information. So we have to try to design these features in order to make them adequate and sensible, intelligent for evaluating societal impact. I have to acknowledge the very important role that European Association for Quality Assurance has done thus far, with the first project trying to develop in criteria, reference points, evaluation experiments of different developmental stages of alliances. And there is a new project now underway that picks up, the results of the precedent experimentation, trying to again move forward with the idea of an evaluated, unified framework for all European alliances. Of course, this requires, as I was pointing out, technical issues to be addressed. First one is the legal barriers that in each country we face, trying to harmonize procedures at the European level across different national settings. But I do not want to stress that much this technicality. It's not my aim here to highlight technicality that can be left for another type of reflection and in-depth analysis. My quest, as I was anticipating at the very beginning of this talk, was trying to go back to basics. Because, if we go back to evaluative questions, that makes sense for us, both faculties, researchers, managers, students, stakeholders in society. We can generate more sensible information. We can also design more adequate procedures that can satisfy our need for monitoring the processes, helping us programming new activities, new initiatives, also in light of the new wave of funding that hopefully will reward our efforts. So I found very interesting the evaluative questions that I list here, which is not just my own reflection and understanding, but I relied on the results of this group of higher education managers and national agency evaluators, experts at the ministry level that got together and trying to discuss quality assurance issues. So I just want to mention some of them because I think they hold thanks and significance for our discussion that is going to happen with the presentation that are about to be proposed by our panelists. What is the European University's vision on the quality of its education? And where possible, the links to research, innovation, and service today? Isn't it a question that really links quality assurance procedures with the societal impact assessment that we all want to pursue in our evaluation policy? How will European University realize this vision? How does the European University monitor to what extent this vision is actually realized? How is the European University working on improvement? How is the quality of European University provision assured in an internationally accepted manner? I think these are really important questions that we have to tackle. And I stop here because I think I want to urge our panelists to address this question, to start a conversation, and I hope participants here and online will pick up, and participate in the debate to enrich our understanding of these issues today. So I now hand the floor to Raffaele Trapasso. He's economist at the OECD and is working on a very well-established program on the geography of higher education. He's worked a lot on issues of societal impact assessments and the relationships that universities entertain with stakeholders, businesses, different social groups in society. So I now leave the floor to Raffaele for his presentation. I leave all questions and answers at the end of the presentations so that we can have a full picture of the issues that we can discuss together. Thank you again. And, my wish is that for a very fruitful conversation. Thank you. I think we have to open the presentation.
So thank you. While the presentation is Thank you very much. Now it's better. Don't need to repeat anyway. It was an introduction to say that I'm basically an intruder to this group because I do not represent a university, but I'm trying to represent or to offer a service to not only European but OECD or international universities and higher education institutions in general. And you will tell me if we can work together to improve the quality of the service that the OECD wants to provide to higher education institutions in a moment that, as Mita said, is quite transitional in the sense that beyond research, beyond education, now you are very much requested to engage and to generate social and economic value at the international level. And this is something that, rightly so, there is this international dimension, hoping for not only science, but common learning practices. And then the pressure on evaluation results. What we would like to do is to take a step back and use these evaluation methods to learn together before going from premiality, etc. So it's a bit of discussion that I would like to complete today with you. And then I would like to really invite Aurora to, and May to join this, Alessandro, of course, to join this discussion at the international level. There will be an event in Paris very soon on November 24th, where I will try also to invite other European networks, although this, as I said, is an international endeavor. So my presentation is about, of course, the geography of education. The geography of education is part of call. I think I can end up from here. Thank you very much. Support. But so, entrepreneurship education and skills is the part of the OECD in which I work. And ECOL, entrepreneurship education, collaboration and engagement, is this international network in which we had the idea of basically helping universities and higher education institutions in general to, I can look, I'm multitasking despite being a man. So it's so it would be so the aim it would be to link higher education institutions to other social groups, especially businesses and especially public authorities, local governments, in particular, because as I will develop, the link with the cities and regions is particularly strong. And higher education institutions, in many cases, represent really an international gateway for those local communities. It is important to valorize. So what ECOL does promotes entrepreneurship, innovation, and sustainability in all communities, leveraging higher education institutions. We have a story that I would like to share with you, because we capitalized on higher education innovate, HI Innovate, that you might be familiar with. There is a self-assessment tool done by the OECD and the European Commission perhaps a decade ago now. And other networks that are desperately, popping up, like the European Institute of Technology Higher Education Initiative, with this idea that is relatively new at that policy level of innovation and entrepreneurial ecosystem supported by local universities. This always this point on the table. Higher education institutions are asked to generate value for businesses and society, and now there is an increasingly linkage. There is a linkage with other initiatives like PS3, the Smart Specialization Strategy, which is becoming very popular, including with higher education institutions. Building the Build Back Better initiative, the recovery plan that put again incredible pressure on the shoulders of university. I will go back to that, but we are interviewing some universities, all universities in Italy, and many of the regional universities told us that they are, they're knocking on the door, the municipality outside, that won't help to have help with the projects for the recovery plan, the Italian recovery plan, and they are challenged by this request because there is no capacity, there is no recognition for these activities. And then there is all this discussion about entrepreneurship, and May was really discussing about that in the sense that there is now mounting visibility or importance about this idea that entrepreneurship is not only about startups. We love startups, but it's also about this mindset and the capacity. Now it's very popular to say tolerance to uncertainty, because it's really a modern way to say that we need people that are resilient and that can connect. They have a good mix of cognitive and behavioral skills. So how to achieve that? Entrepreneurship seems to be a good spoon to feed this kind of skills. And then the transversality, so the interdisciplinarity, which becomes even more important if you start putting together different higher education institutions, different schools, different capabilities. Then it's important to have this kind of platforms. And then what is that we are building is more than 100 higher education institutions. In reality, it's more than that, but is higher education institutions with which we have really working relationship, policymakers, including at the local level, and business representatives. What we want to do is, again, measuring the impact of entrepreneurship education on the individual's mindset. Why we want to do that is to identify good practices or good enough practices that have actually an impact on all people, not only those that are selecting business schools, because we believe in the potential of mainstreaming entrepreneurship education for the good, for this capacity of generating new profiles, and also because entrepreneurship education it's like a retrovirus or a retrovirus into an higher education institution, because it changes a bit the behavior and modifies genetically the higher education institution, and offering new opportunities for relationship with external stakeholders, in fact, because you call for mentoring, you call for professors from or teachers from outside the university, and inevitably you have new interactions. Then that geography of higher education, there is this idea of putting space into the analysis of what is the impact of higher education institutions. And in this case, we operate at the crossroad of different policies like entrepreneurship, higher education, regional development, innovation. It's deep, because when you talk with people in the regional development policy side, they are puzzled by the fact that higher education institutions seem to be not engaging with the community, because why you're not cooperating, why you're not, because they are completely blind about the challenges that are behind the door of higher education institutions: lack of resources, lack of capacities, lack of incentives and career opportunities. So, we need to connect the different policy domains to be able to better explain the potential and the limits of the policies. And then we have other colleagues at the OECD working on specifically on cities. There is a lot of work on urban development in the OECD. We are trying to understand this discussion about SDGs in a way that is very, is probably the other side of the coin of Aurora approach, in the sense that you are pioneering, because you are pioneering SDGs, being a pioneer, you can also help others that are, with you, like local municipalities, regions, to achieve the SDGs. We have seen that in Sweden, for instance. We had done a study there, and all universities, regional universities, are helping the municipalities to understand the environmental footprint, decarbonization, but also about social inclusion, of course. So it's a broad agenda in which higher education institutions can play this double-edged role. And my last slide is about the different international methodologies, and I want to focus here on the geography of higher education, because it's very complex. Every dimension in the previous slide in reality has different activities attached on it. Sorry about it. It was very difficult to put this picture in this slide, but in reality, it's a project that we did in Latin America with the Inter-American Development Bank. And it was done because we wanted to give visibility to entrepreneurial higher education institutions there, and also understand what is the relationship they have with innovation ecosystems. And so this is just a lot of information about what they do in terms of partnership, what are the key partners, what are the key cooperations. And then after we collected a lot of data, put that into a network analysis, basically, and see where the higher education institutions are localized in these local networks. And this is Mexico City, and of course there is the Tec of Monterrey, there are other important universities, and you see also the centrality of policy agents and of investing in innovation. So it's interesting to see all this interaction. This is a very data-intense analysis, and time-consuming, but you need to go there and ask people what they are doing to understand what they are doing. always with this idea of learning, never with the idea of allocating prizes or funds. We are now cooperating in Canada with StatCan, and basically we are they are using surveys, innovation surveys. In Europe, there is the equivalent is the Community Innovation Survey, and the Community Innovation Survey asks firms with whom they do cooperation. And so if they respond with university, we also know where is located this university. And what we want to illustrate is the cooperation as an uncertain spatial dimension. So far, I mean, it's difficult to define from data, but certainly what happens is that research activities seems to have a very little impact on local innovation, because when higher education institutions do research, they look up. They rarely look down, unless they are University of Applied Sciences, but this is another situation. So the research, investing in research, generate more research. This is good, but policymakers should not believe that they can also have local innovation, because there are gaps there, and it's important to signal that. And then a last, but not least, is Itacon, the Italia Conoscenza, Italia Knowledge. There is a project supported by the DG Reform, the European Commission Director General, and is done with all 67 universities, the state-owned university in Italy, including this one, to assess social impact. So to understand how they are operating and what kind of reforms in terms of resources, skills, career opportunities are needed to generate more opportunities for collaboration and better collaboration. So this is me. Please stay in touch. Please come to Paris on the 24th, because there will be an occasion, I think, to do something good together, understand a bit better how these important actors, the higher education institutions, universities, can be even more impactful in societies and economies, because we need them. We need you. So thank you very much for today's invitation.
Thank you, Raffaele. Now I pass I would like to hear from him. Nicola, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I didn't.
Okay.
If you don't speak in the microphone, no, I cannot hear you. But I'm here. So thanks for the invitation. I'm Nicola Francesco Dotti. I'm in Brussels. I see the sign that I should speak louder.
No, louder.
No. Your voice is so amplified that it's been taking us by surprise. You know, we were caught a little bit by, surprised, because we were not hearing from you, and all of a sudden your voice got heard. So thank you for being here. Nicola is in Brussels. She has been wearing, different hats. She's been faculty at the University of Brussels, if I'm not mistaken. You're now in a new position at Science Policy Organization. It's a think tank that has a mission to maximize societal impact from scientific research. So I guess you are the right person to drive us, around the different indicators and metrics, technicalities, but also the innovations that have appeared in this field. Please, the floor is yours. And again, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Mita. Thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me. I'm being part of this event. I'm very sorry I couldn't come to Napoli. It was a bit too complicated from Brussels, given to other events, but I'm very happy to be here. And as Mita said, the presentation that I'm going to do is part of also of a change in my career. So it's a two-part presentations. Now there is the only point. Can I maybe request control and share it on Teams? I hope you can see my PowerPoint. Does it work?
Not yet. We still see your picture in yourself in the video on the screen now.
Or maybe I sent a version of the file and you can share it from there, maybe.
I think if you have already uploaded on Teams, we can operate it from here.
It should be there. Maybe you can help me.
I don't know whether we are in the Teams here. No, but it's.
Can you see it?
Oh yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Your presentation.
Perfect. If you can see me. Yeah, sorry for the technicalities, but this is part of the digital transitions we are living. I'm very happy to be here for several reasons. So one is we had a conversation on this topic last year at the ESPANET conference with Mita, with Raffaele. It was for me a transition phase from my old position when I was in the VUB Brussels University, and I was part of a team advising the Flemish government on the societal impact of university research. And now in the transition phase, I moved in as a science officer at Science Europe, in charge of the green and digital transition. So the context of my presentation and reflections that I want to bring is what I call a journey across research and policy, my old and new position. So I apologize if there might be some confusion in the two roles, but I think that many of the points for the discussion are were already introduced brilliantly before me. It's a bit of the context in this way is university research contributing to address societal challenges? This is a general question, but I think it's very important. We speak a lot about societal impact, and I will come back on some linguistic differences from where I come from. And it's a question which is at the same time a research question and a policy question. So how do we understand if research is addressing these societal challenges? And I can make the example of the climate crisis as the most urgent one to be addressed. But it's also a policy question: how to do it, how to monitor, how to evaluate, and how to incentivize, and what are the discussions that are ongoing. Now, as I said, the first part of our presentation is mainly based on an article that was recently published with my co-author Julia Wolczyk on evaluation and program planning. So I'm very happy that it was just published a couple of weeks ago. And the idea of this research that comes from my old position was to understand what is societal impact. And clearly we are referring to university research because that was the request from the Flemish government. And the first result was that a proper definition of what we are speaking doesn't exist. When looking at the scientific literature, all the articles we can find in journals, the main reference is the UK REF impact stories. This is important to say because it shapes the way we are looking at impact in research policy. So we are really speaking about the British context. Many terminology refer to that context, and that's why in the slide you can see the definition we extracted from the UK ref rules. And some of the key elements that I take and were already presented before me on the fact that impact and research is not only about publication, citations, what is called the impacts from scholars to scholars, like journals, references, and so on, and is not only technology transfer or the commercialization of research, what is conceptualized as from scholars to market. And I think Raffaele presented well the idea of entrepreneurship, and this is part. The idea in the debate on societal impact is to integrate and not reject them. So here, in this slide, I wanted to show you that I speak about societal impact in this article, but in fact there are different and similar, overlapping or slightly different terminologies. The terminology societal impact was used in the article you can read on based on the Flemish government. So in Dutch is maatschappelijke impact, which is different from social impact, where it has more a social dimension. And this, I think it's important because we have to acknowledge the different national and cultural traditions of a debate that is at the same time international and global, but it's also embedded in different traditions. And I'm happy that the workshop is taking place in Italy, which is a country with a particularly long tradition of universities over the centuries, almost a millennia now. And we have different words. I know in Italy, again, you speak more about the third mission, which is again different from societal impact, research outreach. We are very much on the French-speaking side of the engaged universities, and it's easy to get confused in this literature if we are not aware and we don't make explicit the cultural background we have when we speak about these concepts. Now, this slide, in fact, was already explained by Mita, but maybe it helps to clarify some of the challenges when we are analyzing research impacts. One is how to understand the causality. A causes B. Well, it's when we speak about societal challenges, it's always more complex. There is not such a linear impact. The attribution, who is responsible for what? That can be also a very philosophical question. No? But how far universities can be responsible of addressing the climate crisis? There are also governments, and governments are on multi-level. And this brings to the third level the importance of the internationalization of research activities. Now we know, like the European universities initiative, but the Horizon programs and or the Belmont Forum and many other activities promote internationalization or cross-nationalizations of research. And last but not the least, the elements on the timing of impact. When we discuss this, there is always a time from when research is made and when things change. And we know we can refer to the case of the COVID vaccine that was developed with incredible speed, but many other vaccines, as we stay in the field of medicine, or climate change or aging, this takes a very long time perspective. So what we did in the paper was to map all the English-speaking publications to analyze what is the societal impact of university research, how to achieve it, and how to evaluate it. For a matter of time, I squeeze a bit to make sure that we cover the most relevant topics. And in that literature, we identified 4 key factors that you see on the slide: the involvement of stakeholders And Raffaele was very clear on this, on saying the importance that universities don't act alone. The ivory tower is definitely from the past. There are stakeholders involved in different ways in university research. Interdisciplinarity, which is a topic very high on the agenda to bridge the different disciplinary fields, to assume longer-term perspective and the involvement, the engaging on dissemination on non-academic aspects. And here I maybe go more to the question raised by Mita to me on what are the approaches that are used. Well, in the literature, we identify these four dimensions, four approaches to societal impact, and I did my best to summarize in one slide. The first one is the use of altmetrics. Maybe people in the room is familiar. For those who are not familiar with this terminology, altmetrics refer to alternative metrics. And we have now very advanced tools that can see how scientific publications, to track scientific publications online. In our first generation of altmetrics, they started checking channels like Twitter, Facebook, Mendeley, Arxiv, and so on. And now we observe the emergence of a second generation of altmetrics like Overton, where you don't look anymore at social medias like Twitter, but other database like policy documents, like the World Bank, OECD, what are the papers cited by the OECD, World Bank, IPCC, and so on. And this is a way to track the link between scientific publications and policy documents at various levels. A second approach that was mentioned by Mita, and maybe I elaborate a bit more, are the impact pathways or productive interaction, meaning go and analyze with case studies, often very in-depth analysis, the interaction that researchers have with societal stakeholders. And an important distinction is between direct interaction, so when a researcher directly meets someone, a policymaker, let's say as an example, the indirect one. So some research are published, are provided by universities, and this research is then taken with some mediators to decision makers that can rely on these reports or publications. And finally, the financial interaction, the fact that there are clearly also this kind of links. A third approach we found is the mixed multidimensional approaches. In many reality, we see that there are more and more research organizations that are developing different ways to extend the list of impact indicators to include also the medical impacts. For instance, the fact that a research that you made is taken in guidelines for general practitioners, or the cultural one, when you also organize some exhibitions or guides to some cultural elements. Here, the situation is a bit more complicated because we don't have consolidated protocols on what impacts should be made. I know Italy has the third mission. There are in other countries like Ireland the payback protocol, and the idea is to triangulate the different methods, but we don't yet have a consensus on what should be done. The fourth approach we identified in that article is the idea that societal impact should be considered as an ex ante criteria. The idea that when you submit a research proposal, you are evaluated also for the impact that you can generate once the results are done. Now, maybe we can elaborate more on these approaches during the discussion, because I would like now to present two elements that are from my new position at Science Europe. And these are policy challenges that are on the agenda we're addressing. One, and I will present some news that were announced just yesterday, is about the reforming of the research culture and the idea to reward also societal impact. And the second point is the importance of the green and digital transition for climate actions and the net zero transition that were already addressed. Now, Science Europe is a European association of research funding and performing organizations across the whole Europe, not only the EU. And last year, it was published a statement on the research culture. And this was a very important document as part of a path that I'm a 3-step path. And this was the idea that we should also have changing the culture of research in order to recognize the different diverse contributions. This goes back to the idea that is not university research and universities in general are not only about publications. It is not only about counting the number of publications and the impact factor, but there are diverse types of contribution which requires a broad skills and competencies. You can see on the, you can go on our website to download the full statement, which has a second step, a values frame. And here I'm really thinking to the case of European universities, to think about the values of research. And this is an important exercise that Science Europe summarizes with the image you see in my slide, to consider what are the key elements that should shape the activity. And now I'm presenting something that was announced just yesterday evening. That's why my presentation was changed a bit last minute. The Coalition for Advancing Research Assessment, which is an initiative where Science Europe has joined force with the European Commission, the European University Alliance, with the idea of recognizing different types of outputs, practices, and activities that maximize the quality and impact of research. You can go on the website that was published just yesterday, coara.eu, and to know more about this initiative for the reform of research assessment, which is a European initiative. Now, the second challenge that I think is definitely crucial is the climate crisis. That's Science Europe. I joined Science Europe to work exactly on this dimension. And last year at the COP26, we launched a call to action. And you can see here the event we launched, joining forces with other university organizations like CESAR, International Sustainable Campus Network, and the University of Strathclyde in Glasgow, Scotland, that was hosting us at the COP26. And you see in my slide some of the elements I extracted from the call to action, with the idea to work together in addressing this dimension. And here I want to really emphasize the system thinking approach with an example to explain the importance of working together, research funding and performing organizations, universities, policymakers, and all the actors of the research systems. I make this example when there is a university apply for a research grant. It's common to receive also funding for travel. But if a research funding organization gives funding for travel, then it's the university that is polluting by taking a flight somewhere. Now, to reduce these types of climate harmful impacts, an easy way would be to cut travel grants. But this is definitely the example of a stupid decision because it would harm research practice. Because it's important to travel. So how to reflect and think on this dimension is part of a commitment that Science Europe has launched with other organizations, and we hope that more organizations want to join the idea and the reflections on working together. I can say that on Monday we will announce our next event on November 3rd. It will be an online event to continue this discussion. So as a conclusion, and I take the freedom of being someone out of the European university context, but with some questions that works as a conclusion, and that I take myself as a way to reflect on our way of working, which is the first one is how to monitor, assess, and promote university research addressing societal challenges. This is a question. Are we really doing enough for the climate crisis? What is the right way to do it? Please, can we keep on talking and thinking about the climate crisis as well as the other societal challenges? And here I think we should emphasize how lucky we are to have the UN Sustainable Development Goals as an agenda for the entire humanity. Related to this overarching question, what changes in university research culture? The reform on research assessment is a way to have this kind of discussion and question if we are moving in the right direction. And finally, what are the actions we need to take for the net zero transition? And in general for the climate crisis. So I think that I opened more questions than answers, but I'm very happy to have a reflection with you and to have some your opinion and continue this dialogue. So I close here my presentation. I go back on the screen, and I'm here for any questions or opinions or comments.
Yeah, we decided to move all questions at the end of the presentations. So thank you so much for your take on societal impact, your effort to define and to enter into some of the issues that are relevant for us, some of the new directions that we have to also acknowledge in the evaluation policy, especially for European universities. I was thinking about the sustainability agenda. That is the key goal for us, and how that translates into our evaluation goals, objectives specifically, and practices. That is definitely a crucial issue to consider. Now, regarding reform agendas, reform practices for research evaluation, I hand the floor to him, and
Yeah, sure. Well, to invite me to tell you something about what has been addressed already this morning. My name is Pim de Boer. This is Network. Job was in Brussels to interact with EU institutions, stakeholders in Brussels, and try to connect universities. And what I'm about to tell you not only applies to Aurora, of course, but also to any university, any organization dealing with research or research funding. It also applies to alliances as they are. So, as I mentioned, yeah, well, one more thing. So I'm dealing with research, policy making, and strategy. My background is in research, so that's a bit easy for me. As was pointed out by Annemai, she pointed out something about the European research area, which implies the rules of the game, how to play research and innovation, to say it simply. And from this part, Nita already alluded to, okay, if we want to assess research, you can do that in the old-fashioned way. You can also have reforms and she alluded to some examples. Okay, why should it be done and how? And Nicola already mentioned, okay, this is the agreement. Please go to the website and sign the petition, or at least read what it is about. Well, that should be in short my presentation, but I won't end it by here. I will tell you a bit more and perhaps also tell you something about the Brussels bubble. The Brussels bubble consists mainly of the European Parliament, let's say the European ministries. We have the national ministries, there are also European ministries like DG RTD, and DG Education, DG Employment, well, just name it. And overarching is also the Council of the European Union, which consists of the ministers of the member states as well as the prime ministers. So to start with the presentation, which has disappeared at this moment. Already in 2000, the European Research Area was launched as setting the rules of the game, and this needed to be renewed, which has been done in 2018 by a proposal from the European Commission, and then eventually the EU Council adopted this, so it had to be taken on by the European Commission. It consists of about 20 actions. Well, in fact, these are the 20 actions. They have been reduced by now. And among those 20 ERA actions is one that's called in yellow, the Reformed Research Assessment. That deals with research assessment reforms. And obviously, we would like to know, okay, why would we like to reform this whole thing? Well, as you know, universities contribute to society in many different ways. We create new knowledge and understanding, we teach, we disseminate, and that also implies the benefit for the society. And we also assess the research and the researchers, as do the research funding organization and assessment authorities. But so what happens and what are the issues is we are dealing with the current research assessment system are far too quantitative. They fail to recognize the diversity and the richness that we have. It deals mainly with a narrow set of indicators. It leads to creation bias and distortion in the whole system. And it often leads to the kind of rat race, as we call publish or perish, which also impacts on the scientific quality. And it also deals with the inequalities in assessment of personal qualities, its competences. And just as well as an example from my own experience in my own university, a person who graduated and gained her PhD in philosophy was employed by the science faculty. She joined as a researcher. Now she wants to become a university lecturer, so an assistant professor. But for that, there are rules at the scientific faculty, and that's in terms of publications. And the number of publications in science faculties differs from philosophy faculties. So no way, she can't get it because she has far too less publications. And whereas she is doing the similar job as someone else, a researcher in that same science faculty. So that also appeals to the inequalities of the whole system. Next slide, please. Okay, that's it. So yeah, we need to reform, and what do we need to reform? Well, obviously, we need to recognize this whole range of what the academy is contributing to maximize quality and the impact of research. We need to develop the practices that need to be responsible, transparent, and sustainable. And of course, we also need to align this with the core academic value as being presented as an example below. Academic freedom is included in that, critical thinking, the openness, responsibility, etc. That's great. I don't think I did that. Well, in fact, what it mentions is there's a vision for the reforms, and the vision mentions the assessment of research and researchers and research organization that should recognize the diverse outputs, practices, and activities that maximize the quality and impact of research. Okay, so how do we get there? There's a kind of mismatch between my presentation and how it seems at your screen. But this is the process, how it went. After the EU Council adopted the proposal by the European Commission, the whole process started, and it started basically from the research and the academic side, and included also people from the policy side of the Commission. So this is the picture indicating, okay, there's a drafting team consisting of researchers, a research organization, funding organizations, the member state representatives, the people from the ministries, providing their input and comments, but not in really engaging in the writing of an agreement. And obviously, there's also a list of stakeholders, and up to now, there are over 350 organizations, maybe universities, but not only, that are being engaged and informed. And these stakeholders, called stakeholder assembly, well, these organizations expressed their interest in, okay, we want to be part of the agreement that will lead to the implementation of the reform locally and at different levels. I mentioned some universities within the Aurora Alliance and Aurora Universities Network, and that were actively engaged. But obviously, for other alliances, your universities might also be engaged. I haven't looked at that. So that resulted in a draft agreement, and finally, on the 20th of July, it resulted in the final agreement. So, what are the next steps? As Nicola already mentioned, you can now sign up and sign the agreement. That started yesterday. The procedure, or well, the agreement, mentioned that you should be compliant to the ideas that have been explained in the agreement. I will come to that a bit later on. Also implement novel ways to assess research, and also the mutual learning experience. So learn and experience with each other and from each other in the first cycle of 5 years. So it's not that you have to invent things from nothing on yourself. You have to collaborate with your colleagues that also signed the agreement. There's no one size fits all, so not every university has to deal with it in the same way. And you can also step in or step out the moment you wish. So the website of to sign is at the bottom of the slide. You will get the slides. What you're committing to, well, it's not new. It has been mentioned before. You should acknowledge the diversity in what you're doing as a researcher in research. The research evaluation should confine more towards the qualitative assessment, not the quantitative one. So if you want to use quantitative data, like the number of publications, the number of students you delivered, the amount of grants you got, that should be done in a responsible way. It also mentions that the research assessment reform does not apply to institutional review, because that deals with a lot of other things than research only. So in the end, we should try to abandon the uncritical use of metrics like the age index and the journal impact factor, because that is indeed leading to the rat race, as I mentioned, which should try to avoid the use of international ranking systems, which are dedicated to the institutions themselves rather than researchers. So if you want to agree with this, obviously as an institute, so as a university, you should provide your capacity and budget for that. That doesn't come for free. And you also need to review what you already have at hand and where to develop or adapt, new criteria or tools or processes. And I think also not the least important is that you have to take along your institute and all the people in it. So you have to create and enhance your mindset within the institute, also at the working floor, also at the lower management levels, because otherwise you won't reach where you want to end. As I mentioned, you need to exchange the experience and best practices and to communicate where you are. And in the end, well, of course, you should evaluate what you have done, see whether you can further improve. So some principles which are absolutely not new, obviously you should comply with the highest ethical and integrity standards, no counter incentives, adherence to the moral standards of conduct, support open science, obviously value the methodological rigor, the freedom of scientific research, no limitations in it, safeguard the independence of research, the research organization, enable mobility of researchers between universities and beyond, and be sure that you get the independence and transparency of the data, infrastructures and the criteria for assessments. Otherwise, you won't gain the trust of people and it won't be used. Well, there obviously, if you have this kind of agreement and you want to implement it and you want to collaborate with other organizations that have also implemented this, there should also be some kind of governance. That's a document that is now being prepared and that will be presented in October during the 4th stakeholder assembly meeting. And that, well, in the next slide, I will explain what is in it, but it deals with a central secretariat, a working group around themes. The funding will be done in, well, mostly in money by the member states, the European Commission, and perhaps other funding organizations, but you have to contribute yourself absolutely in kind, so in time, in persons, otherwise it will not work. It's only for not-for-profit organizations that can become a member of the coalition. So the governments cannot become a member. That's a question I sometimes get. So governments can also become a member? No, they can't. Well, the mission is, in fact, what we already mentioned. We want to enable a systemic reform of research assessment based on the principle I pointed out and the commitments within this cycle of 5 years, which is all in the agreement. And also, you need to have the exchange of information and the mutual learning. So willing to learn and to work with each other. Now, once you sign the agreement and you have become a member, it will be called the Coalition of the Willing. That also deals with certain principles. So not new, it's about openness. It's also about global, it's about responsibility. So the General Assembly should be responsible for the rules and procedures. It's about collaboration and the commitment and autonomy. So yeah, the implementation needs to be supported, community-driven, inclusiveness, etc. It's all in the slides. And what's perhaps more important for you, if you are a member, you can also become a member of one of the working groups. So it's a voluntary participation around different topics, and some topics will be given in the next slide. And this will really help each other to work out, okay, what kind of criteria can be used, what kind of tools do you need, what kind of processes are in the back. Obviously, as in any, well, let's say European research project, there should be a general assembly of the members. This is the highest decision-making body. A steering board, so that's acting at the daily level, a secretariat supporting the coalition, and also the first meeting has the name of the Constitutive Assembly. As I mentioned, the working groups, which might be more important, may deal with some communities based on interest or discipline, the institution. It may also be at the institutional level, but it may also be at the national level. It's not that all working groups are set in stone. It's all bottom up, and you can deal with that as members of such working groups. You can set it up and, yeah, propose new ones. So examples that have been given during one of the stakeholder assembly meetings, they are dealing with the peer review and qualitative evaluation, narrative CVs, responsible use, the use of metrics, the assessment of institutions, assessment of research projects by research funders, conflicts of interest and biases. And also for some universities, there's an important thing between the balance between research and other academic activities. What I see myself within some of our member universities is that, yeah, if you are going beyond doing research and teaching, that's a bit difficult time-wise. You should spend your time mostly on research and teaching those things, but nothing beyond. So that would exclude, for instance, providing inputs for the policy making. This agreement is exactly addressing, okay, also that should be included. And in the UK, for instance, that has already been included. If you work with policy things, policy making, so strategies, that will be rewarded. So the work that needs to be done by the coalition is building the critical mass of stakeholders, but also interacting with national and regional authorities, because, yeah, you need to tackle the legal and administrative barriers that might limit the implementation of changes. The membership, well, obviously you can become a member, you go to the website and you sign up. As I mentioned, those are not-for-profit organizations, and it might also be good to mention here that alliances that do not have the legal status may also sign up. What you can't do is sign up as an individual person. So it should be an organization or representative. Obviously, there needs to be a process of approval by the steering board, and you may leave at any moment. Now, universities from some countries may say, yeah, okay, we already have something in place, like the REF in the UK, or other universities might deal with the DORA. It's not that the Research Assessment Reform Agreement will replace such initiatives. It's about seeking for complementarities. Where can we improve and try to strive for synergies? That's the idea behind it. Specifically for EUNs, the alliances, why should you become a member if you want to become a member? Well, obviously, you do not assess research and researchers in the same way as university, but you might have grants in place, mini grants for mobility or exchanges, or providing courses or some other support activities. So you do assess students and scientists. And in that way, you are dealing with the research assessment reform. In another way, you're also dealing with open science and research careers. So these are also aspects that are mentioned in the agreement. And you might also be engaged directly or indirectly in discussion around academic freedom and the autonomy of universities, in gender equality and diversity. So yes, this also applies to as alliances. Now, the time has come to do something, to at least to reach an agreement, to provide your position, and to sign up or not, but really to think about it critically. And then if you start with this process, then the first part should be ready by the end of 2023. You have your own control over the implementation process, and please also look at the toolbox in the Annex 4 of the final agreement, because this annex really contains interesting examples. Okay, what could you think of? So obviously there is some reporting mechanism. It will be done in self-evaluation format that needs to be shared, published, but there is no validation by either the coalition nor the European Commission or whatsoever. Okay, so these are the main conclusions which are mentioned. I call it a kind of Teletubby effect. There's a final agreement on the research assessment reforms published on the 20th of July. You can sign up as of today. There are things you have to keep in mind, to be compliant to the ideas, implement the novel, more qualitative ways of assessing research, learning and experience with each other in a time frame of about 5 years. No one size fits all. And it also linked with other era actions like open science, research careers and mobility, gender inequality, and academic freedom, which are equally important to universities. So please go ahead. And these are my things. And I have to provide my gratitude to the EUA, European Universities Association, the core drafting team, and my colleague Richard de Waard from EU Amsterdam. That's it. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Dean, for this overview about this effort being out, bringing some momentum with the appreciate. The first two down domain. I would like to know more about who has already been there, working with you. Who do you think will join working with, and whether there are single researchers, groups within the same institutions, alliances that may also want to get part of take part in this initiative. And my main question, and I think we can start now with the question answer debate, the sessions, is what is the incentive framework, to get engaged? You mentioned the fact that reforms in this field do not come for free. So there is a cost to pay for changing routines, rules, procedures that may be too unsatisfactory for us. But what is the payback? If we put it just in a cost-benefit, framework, just to make it a little bit more, let's say, binding. Otherwise, it's just a very interesting, very innovative process for discussion, for exchanging ideas, practices, to develop the new indeed, but with no teeth when we have to then speak with our commissioners, the European Commission, with other stakeholders who really are interested in results. So that's always, this kind of dilemma that in the evaluation field we face. On the one hand, this learning approach, something like this, Rafael was stressing out, like we have to go in the field and talk to the people, trying to understand what's going on and be able to open the field for mutual learning. But on the other hand, we have to deal with cost reduction, reducing resources at all levels that necessarily will lead us to make choices and not to have enough resources to pursue the willing process of changing the system. So I would like to have your opinion and reflection on that, and then Chris, the floor is open for other questions coming from participants in person and online. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this question. Yes, one can say a lot about what you requested me to answer. The first thing is, okay, do we already know which organization signed up? No, I don't know, but there's a signatory page. So if there are signatories, then you can see it. I know that there was a pre-signature phase that already included about 40 organizations. I don't know which ones. I do not for my own university, but yeah, a lot of universities. And I guess there will be a lot of universities for the Netherlands because they already have this process ongoing since 2017, recognition and rewarding. And some other universities like the Berlin Alliance, so the 4 universities in Berlin, and there will be quite some others. Some others are lacking, like from the UK. They have their own system, like the REF system. Yeah, for their reasons, they will not already sign up. But elsewhere in the world, there are some other universities that will sign up. That's what they mentioned. Obviously, nothing is for free. So when I mention, okay, it's not for free, that doesn't imply that it will cost you a lot of money, but it will cost you an effort. Yeah, it's your ownership. And once you have implemented this process, it's part of your regular thing. So it will not cost anything more. It's just like with the SWAS part of the alliances. Once you have established changes, the transformations, there's nothing extra that you need to invest. It's part of your system. And in this case, why should you reform? Well, that has been addressed already. And these are also your incentives. I mean, you will contribute to, well, more impact and societal driven things, the sustainable development goals, all those kinds of things are being recognized and rewarded. So you are already doing more things than research and teaching only, but then it will be, well, taken into account. If you have the ancient system, that will not be taken into account. So yeah, that's not really fair. And on the other hand, only the quantitative data, that's what I mentioned with the rat race, publish or perish. So that also impacts your quality of research. It could have been far better if you do not only look at the number of publications you need to have for, well, getting a certain position.
Whether this coalition can also help the efforts of single researchers or different groups dispersed around universities that have to, in any case, deal with the binding rules that still are in place and that still condition career progress and whatever you have in terms of rewards and criminality level. So I think what I have in mind is this ownership process that can build momentum and help build the capacity at the university level and at the alliance level to to share more political acceptance, let's say, this way, more take up of this idea, to become regular practice, to become change the system.
Thank you, Pim, because I think we are dramatically aligned with this narrative in the sense that it is a need for recognizing a broader impact. But then the point is that the resources you need to recognize this broader impact might also come from other policy domains. And this is a bit the discussion that we would like to have at the OECD. So it is possible that regional development policy that is 1/3 of European budget. So it's not higher education that is the most funded. Or other policies can recognize this role and perhaps contribute, give them the other. And this, I think, is the challenge to generate the complementarities and synergies at the meta level that you were discussing.
Yeah, questions from the floor. Further elaborate on
Oh, I fully agree. It should also come from other parts in the policy world. European regional funding system is one of them. Yeah, if we are dealing with innovation, then it should also come from some kind of innovation pot, and that also implies more than DG RTD and DG EAC, for instance. Yeah. But it's not only getting awareness and mindset across universities and all the people working in universities or even applied universities or even vocational education institutes, but also at ministries, because these ministries might also serve as a kind of silos, and they have to also think across their own silo and interact with other departments. Questions, please.
the camera was already. But how you want to? You want to come here and?
No, I will go there.
Thank you for handing me over the microphone. My name is Karl Ledermüller. I'm from Vienna, and there I'm the head of evaluation and quality enhancement. I just have one short question regarding the more alternative evaluation of research power, the impact of research. My question would be, because I think organically in the institutions there are a lot of debates about that. Shall we really focus on the age index, or shall we focus on some other instruments? Yeah. What do you feel is generally not from a top down but more from a bottom up approach, is generally the focus on this age index a bit shifting towards more alternative aspects? So is the time ready for that? Or do you think it's really a classical approach that have to be changed quite managerialistic, or that you really have to convince institutions to focus on other aspects when it comes to, for example, faculty hiring? I mean, the most powerful thing is the hiring process. That, just from personal interest, what's your feeling there?
Well, thank you very much. I think that the age index is indeed one of those classical metrics that should be in some ways obliviated, too close to the speakers. So yes, we should seek for alternative ways to reward people and to assess people So using H-index might still be in use, but then in a responsible way and not taking, let's say, 80% of the assessment. But a smaller part. I mean, otherwise, the H-index doesn't take into account, okay, what did you contribute to, for instance, policy making? If you want to have an influence in your future as a researcher on your research topic, then you would go to Brussels. And if you go there and you say, okay, can you include this topic? They will say no. But if you have a decent discussion with them, these are all just people like we are, you might have a chance, especially if you go there with more people. And that's a way of influencing and trying to establish something that is not only worthwhile for you, but also for the future human capital, research capital. But that's not being rewarded at the moment. Yes, in the UK it is, and in the Netherlands it's becoming something, but it's not a general giving.
Yes, good morning to everybody. I'm sorry I'm arrived just now, so I'm not talking about what has been said now, but I just wanted to add concerning research assessment that there is this European document whose signature opened the day before, yesterday actually, and there are many European and international institutions as well as agencies. Well, I'm currently working, I'm a professor, but I'm currently working for the Italian Agency for the Evaluation of Universities and Research. And there is a debate, an internal debate, but I also think that we will also adhere to that because there is discussion within the agency on how to change research assessment in the near future. So probably those who are interested into research assessment, it is really worth looking at that. I know already, I'm also in the board of the French agency, and the French agency already signed HCRS, this document. So it might be interesting to look at it and to have an idea of what the discussion is about. And it is quite a critical document towards H-index and other indicators, which will continue being used, but they're not the only things to use. And also, it's not only what we call research products, so articles or books, which will be considered into future assessment, but also other activities which are related to research. So just to add this information, the signature started yesterday, and I think the document will be opened for a month or something like that. Thank you.
I think that the document will be even open for a longer time. You can hop in when you want, but at a certain moment they will start with the first assembly meeting. And indeed, that's also one of the reasons. If you want to, if you have an interest in this agreement in reform the assessment system, you can also become member of a working group or propose a working group that really deals with, okay, if you want to have criteria on assessing a researcher, okay, start one working group on that if it isn't there already, and define criteria how to deal with this. So that's one of the opportunities you have. Are there people online?
Yeah, and there was already Alessandro who wanted it.
Thank you very much, Mita. This is much more for Rafael and Nicola. It's interesting from a point of view perspective of a researcher and that this debate on assessing research. But as an institutional coordinator in Aurora, I have other problems at the moment. And I think we can share this debate on assessing the activities of structural changes in our universities. When at the beginning, Federico II decided to join the network, Aurora Network, and then to join the project of the Alliance, one of the reasons was that we wanted to try to support a cultural and organizational change within the Federico II. Try to work differently, try to work much more oriented to the outcomes of what we do, having a better share of work between professors and administration, also having the students with us. This is not, let's say, social impact when we think at social impact as an outward social impact, but it's also a strong social impact in the inside. How evaluate, how to address this issue, it's one of the major challenge that we have. And I don't know if Nicola and Raffaele can help us in thinking. In a way, we are trying to develop our own tools for that. But I'm not an expert in evaluation, for example, so it's quite difficult for me to address this kind of perspective. So I very much appreciated your presentation and really would like to have your idea on that. One final remark. In presenting the project, the Aurora project in our community, one of the most difficult tasks has been to translate entrepreneurial. Because you know that in Italian, a simple translation brings a very strong economic perspective that is not our perspective. This is also part of the game. Plurilingualism is about cultural interchange, and that's also something that is very difficult to achieve in our alliances.
Thank you. Bharat, do you want to comment?
Yes, sure. Thanks for the question. I think the topic is highly relevant. Where the proposal, the coalition for the reform of the research assessment is a great window of opportunities. Following this debate over the last year, we heard a lot of discontent with the use of H-index and this kind of way of doing things. So I would like to emphasize the importance of having a co-creation process. Was not only a top-down idea with a few bureaucrats that in a closed room say, okay, we change the H-index and we invent some new formula. On the contrary, what was described also by Pime more in details is that it was a co-creation process. So not only Science Europe, but really hundreds of organizations were involved in drafting, and then you have the opportunity to sign if you agree or to disagree. We agree to disagree, but at least there is a proposal that it's written on the website, and there is the opportunity to create working group and join the discussion. I think that that's very important. If I go back also on my experience when I was working this topic at the university level, more on the Dutch-speaking Belgium, I think it's important for university to engage in this debate, to go and read those documents and be part of this discussion. We see that some universities come here to Brussels in person or virtually. That's not the point. The point is go and read those documents, highlights where you agree, and also take the points on the lines you disagree to elaborate these aspects, be part of the discussion. Then when you join this discussion and you work to make the change you think are the good changes, I clearly don't know the University Federico II in details, but being part of this discussion, reading those documents, having it clear about the values, and being part of the Aurora network or the other university alliances that are working on these documents, it helps to change, because like in the case of, for instance, tracking the carbon footprint of universities, when you start thinking how to measure, how to assess the way, what are the implications of assessing research in a way or another, or a different way, and then having this discussion, it's what really matters. Questioning from the research values to the final implementation. I can say we are definitely interested to continue this discussion more in details, but when I look at the European university perspective, at the more European research system, I think that this proposal is a fantastic window of opportunity to make the process ongoing. It was launched formally only on the 20th July. Yesterday we announced the website and the possibility to sign. So this is, but it is not over. It is not written in stone. It's a process where everybody can contribute. So I really hope that you can engage and you can spread the word in contributing in this debate at the European level, and then clearly we can continue the discussion on the on specific cases. But I know Mita, and I know that you're already well advanced in your reflections. So I trust it will go in the good direction. But it's really about processes and engaging with these processes.
Thank you. I have no answer, but I just need the microphone.
Thank you, Mita. Alessandro, this is a very good question you asked. A first reflection I have, and I'm almost sorry to say that, because if we leave the heart of the evaluators and think about users of evaluation, the request, the demand is for the most simple indicator ever. So the more we come on the side of the analysis, the more we complexify, the more we complicate the narrative, the more complex will be to talk with funds, with premiality, etc. The opportunity now we have is that is a learning opportunity, as Nicola was saying. There is a general reflection in which we say, wait, universities are much more than the H index, are much more than publication, and this is something that we can walk, is all the money you spend in research generate research, do not generate other things. If you want other things, you have to diversify your policy. So there is no two birds with one stone. Okay, and this is first answer. This will open probably, and this HI Innovate, which I'm not, advertising for it, but it was an instrument, or it is an instrument that has organizational capacity in it. So it requires universities and higher education institutions to think about their own structure to support innovation. But this way, it's a process that requires a university to be accountable about a better organization and management of their resources. It's difficult to evaluate this or to put, an incentive on that. From my perspective, perhaps it would not be worth to open this discussion, but I recognize the importance of it. And the last point about entrepreneurship is that, in the UK, there is as well this debate between enterprise and entrepreneurship. Every language has its own, and we tried to put our nose in that, and we left immediately because it's very complex. But what it is true is that this idea of generating opportunity to experiment with startup, with business, with incubators, has a pedagogical value that goes beyond the creation of an enterprise, a company, a firm. This is true. I mean, it's measurable because it's a way to spoon creativity in the mind of people. And it would be difficult to do creativity per se. What you do, painting, or it's complicated. So this is the dimension that is worth assessing. Again, a call for us represent this possibility to think about entrepreneurship, but in a very positive way. So we want to see what are the pedagogies and practices that have this impact. And then, because of the Friday of the Futures generation, the concept of startup and business endeavor or entrepreneurship is changing from the bottom, because these people trying to engage with entrepreneurship because they want to change the world, not because they want to make money. And this change of perspective is helping a lot to mainstream entrepreneurship in education. So this is, I think, what we are observing. Thank you.
Just two comments on that relate to your remarks, actually. The very first is more specific and goes back to the entrepreneurship notion. There's been a new term coined recently, which is the intrapreneurship. That is much more focused on the entrepreneurial, behavior of managers, faculties, researchers who really want to make the difference out there. This term has been around actually in the business domain, but it may apply also within university because we also have to acknowledge the fact that there is so much diversity among us. Some people want to create a business, they create a spin-off, for example, out of their teaching, out of the research they conduct with collaborators. Other researchers, they just want to do consulting or just to provide their advice, for organizations, for the creative culture and creative sector, for example, or for the social policy domain. So this entrepreneurship could be also a way to recognize, acknowledge within universities the special efforts some people do make in their own work. And that could be also an issue for quality assurance procedures. And related to quality assurance procedures also, I wanted to go back to Alessandro's comment about alliances are very much about collaboration among universities at the European level, but also collaborations among the very faculties, researchers, managers within the same university that belongs to the alliance. We've been doing so many things together. Without the alliance, I don't think we could have done, this seminar, or we could have even held other initiatives together. So this means that we've had to learn to work together, within universities, trying to overcome that kind of barrier between administration, teaching, research. These are tasks that require our own collaborative effort to make a difference out there. And collaboration is a process, but it is also the goal of the alliance. And that has to be translated some way into quality assurance indicators. I don't know whether we need indicators, because then when we talk about collaborations, we usually end up counting, the many relationships we have had over a certain period. And that's the distortion that sometimes enter into our mindset. So to produce some piece of information, then we start just, mastering what we know how to do. Just counting, how many interactions, how many phone calls, how many meetings on Teams or on other platforms we hold. Collaboration is a goal, and we have to learn how to describe these different processes. Big description can be the solution. I think he would be probably agreeing on that. But big descriptions need to have the power to certify processes that change in organizations, institutions at the national level and the European level. So there have to be pieces of information that can be used for policy making. So I'm not satisfied just with the experimenting. I really want to use evaluative information to change the evaluation policies that are currently in place. That's my quest for this type of discussion and conversation that we we will continue today in the afternoon, just hearing from our colleagues how they have developed practices in quality assurance, social impact assessment. Can we have other questions that we want to share? Okay, go ahead, Nicola.
Yes, no, I wanted just to expand a bit maybe what you just said, and I remember my professor of policy studies was used to say an indicator is an indicator, an indicator, an indicator, and on this, I think it's also important to look back at the origin of those indicators, and maybe I think it's very good the story. I don't know if you're familiar with the story on the origin of the impact factor. That was a brilliant indicator because when Garfield was a librarian, he had a limited budget and he wanted to know which journals were worthy paying for. So he started counting how many times his researchers were citing the journals that he was buying. So if a journal was cited by his own researcher, it means that those researchers were reading those journals. When if a journal didn't receive any citation from his own researchers, he said, well, it's not worth it to buy that journal. That was the origin of the impact factor, and it was a brilliant way in an age when there were limited data and limited capacity to elaborate, because we are back of several decades, to understand which journals to buy. That origin was then extended because now in just one click, you can go on Google Scholar and read your EH index, which is derived from the impact factor. And it's an automatic way. But then what do you do with these indicators? So on the one hand, it's good because now we have the possibility to collect a huge amount of data. But the question, and I think that it's always good to have more information, but what we emphasized in analysis on the article on societal impact is we have to be critical on the way we use these indicators. And in this, I point out the question is, what is the direction we want to go for? So if we give money to publish more articles, because that's the indicator you're evaluated, then you publish more articles, you create new journals to be published, and you co-authorship in a way to increase the volume of publications. So the question should be how to use the indicators to move in the directions and the values we want to, research wants to go, in the case of universities or all other research organizations. So I think that's really the opportunity to reflect on the directions we want to take, starting from the values, the fundamental values of research, down to all the logical chain until the very final way of implementing with the indicators. Keeping in mind that indicators are just indicators, indicators, indicators.
Thank you.
Thanks.
For this reminding us that too often we reify this reification of indicators is excessive. Any other question? Yes. Carlos. Very good.
Grzegorz Palus, comes from Europe University Alliance. I have one question, maybe it's question or suggestion. Are you going to create something like guidance or good practice book to evaluate this area of permission? Because we have similar assessment systems in our University Alliance of Education, yes, and in research area. And the question is about this permission and some quantitative assessment indicator in this area. And maybe it's question to all of you. Are you going to create something which will be helpful for us to assess the reaching the aims in our project and etc. Thank you.
you want to comment on that?
Well, you might also comment if you want. But anyway, I'm not sure whether it's up to us to create anything. It's for the community and especially also for the local institutes to think about, okay, what do we really need and what will be used? If you create anything that will not be used, then it's worthless. It's like KPIs. If you create them yourself without the users, no, it doesn't work. But I wonder whether you have any comments.
The OECD, the ambition is to do what the OECD does. So create reports about group practices and also influence the discussion at the level of policy making. So, you know, the OECD in reality is a secret tunnel that goes to where the policies are made. And the challenge of our generation at the OECD is to create transversality. So to go beyond this idea that there is a silos of specialized policies, because it doesn't work anymore. Not because we are the good, willing people. So that's what we are trying to do, is to generate enough evidence about what all that we have discussed, and then bring to our committees, to our working parties, these possibilities to generate new rules, new frameworks, etc. We'll see. It's a long process.
Very quick comments on that. I'm going to be a little bit provocative in purpose. Usually when you develop guidelines, you just end up with a very compliant type of reaction. So you expect all different institutions to comply and to abide by the soft rules that you propose to the system. So I guess we are in a situation now when we need to reverse this process. Not guidelines coming from the top, from ministries, from European Commission, from the DGs, or from even the top of the alliances, but working probably on a meso level. I am so much intrigued by this meta level. You need to be very engaged into the micro processing that you try to change. You may be teaching, you may be managing projects if you are an administrator, but at the same time you have to go even beyond and tease out the takeaways, the lessons that you can critically transfer to other domains. But the very effort needs to come from the bottom, and through discussions, through this kind of meeting, conversations within universities, exchanges of ideas and practices, you can build this community of practices that are meaningful at the local level, are meaningful in the day-to-day work, but they can also, grow and influence policy at a very high level, very European, international level. So that's my view.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Laura Giovinazzi, a researcher from Milan University. I'm studying on policy analysis and education policy. I have a very quick question regarding the relationship between the future social impact experts, evaluators, and the existing bibliometric experts, or the existing bibliometric indicator experts, because from what I gather, and I am quite new to Aurora and the dynamics, so forgive me if I have misunderstood some things, but from what I gather, the ideal situation in, I don't know, 15, maybe in a very long term, perhaps horizon, is that
eventually the existing peer review and bibliometric indicators will be overcome or at least in part replaced by the social mobility and the broader indicators relating to social impact and societal impact in universities. So social mobility, for example, is one of these, but not the only one. My question is about how do you, or how does Aurora imagine to relate to the evaluation agencies of the European universities, so of the different countries, to initiate this discussion about the relative balance between peer review and bibliometric indicators and societal impact indicators, because it might not be a very easy, let's say, development to implement, or maybe it will. And I'm asking how so, if certain dialogue has begun between, if you will, these kind of two groups of visions of how research should be evaluated. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to call on Professor Maniaci, who is the directly involved in evaluation agency, Italy evaluation agency. She might be more into these processes of your.
Sorry. I was saying that I don't think the question was addressed to me as a member of an agency's governing board. It is rather addressed to, because we, of course, we're following the debate. We are in the process of reevaluating the way we are assessing research, especially. As you probably know, for what concerns agencies in the European higher education area, there are different positions already, because there's not so many agencies that evaluate research and higher education at the same time. And this already makes a difference. That is that the protocols and the debate, and also concerning the approaches has been until now rather concentrated on higher education, and research came later. And it is, of course, good that now research is integrated into that. And as for societal impact, it is really up to date, the debate. But the question that you addressed about how to, oppose, or I would say rather how to integrate these different approaches, was addressed to the alliance, actually.
The reason why I called you, the reason why I called this question is exactly because the alliance is a little bit kept between two poles. On the one hand, the alliance some autonomy to develop its own procedures for quality assurance and social impact. But in the end, whether you want to progress in your career, you want to get hired, these decisions are in the hands of departments, universities, which are not bound, by the alliances to apply those criteria. We definitely, follow the other pathway in the national rules, national systems of evaluation. In the end, we hold competitions, competitive, and it's the autonomy that is held at the departmental level or at the national level to change the rules of how you are assessed in your career. That's the real challenge. So we have a lot of conversation in our alliances, and we try to influence the national systems. I think because the alliances can be a factor of change in the evaluation policies, national evaluation policies. But in the end, we don't have that power to completely change the national evaluation policy.
And maybe just to add to what's already been said, I think you're steps and leagues ahead of where we'd like to be in the future, but not the reality of where we are right now. And as Mita also said in one of her slides, I think it said, you know, how do we, as European university alliances, assess the quality and the impact of what we do at an international level? And that, of course, is then again the step above what Mita was just describing, is that there are so many layers and institutions and bodies that govern this, and we don't have that power other than that we can agree as universities amongst each other to treat certain steps in careers as a certain way, but outside of our direct alliance, nobody has to adhere to that. Because then, of course, the next step would be, well, if we then agree amongst each other how we want to do this and how we'd want to take into considerations more than the current system does, the next step would be, okay, talk to the national bodies, talk to the international bodies, which is kind of already happening. But your question is very key to the future, and you're leagues ahead of where we are right now. Alessandro, I saw your hand, sorry.
Again, an answer from the point of view of Aurora, but not only from the point of view. Pim can also tell us a bit more about the European activities that we are trying to develop within the other project that we have that is really related to the Alliance, and it's Science Within Core Society Research and Innovation project, which is also aiming at let's say, harmonizing the different research and innovation strategies within the universities in Aurora, in which how to deal with different evaluation procedures in different universities and countries is one of the issues that we are trying to develop. Federico II, as much as all the other Italian alliances, are part of a group that has been set up by the Italian minister to face the different challenges that all the universities within alliances has, and the ANGUR, that is the Italian Agency for Evaluation, is part of this group, and we just started to discuss how to further collaborate in addressing the different challenges that we have. Another interesting issue is the European Framework for Comprehensive Quality Assurance of European Universities project that has been launched, is discussed in a way by UNIC. It's one tiny step toward the idea of evaluating European alliances. It's really at the beginning. It's something that we will be probably, we will have to keep an eye on that and how to develop. We will see. Which is basically to say that there are a lot of things going on. We all are in a starting phase. All the problems that we have been discussing, it's really at the moment a matter of basically putting the end in things and trying to understand how to come up with viable solutions in different contexts and different university realities. This is why we wanted to have this meeting today, basically.
The UNIC has been already a project closed recently, and a new one is on the way. And their aim is exactly to identify the legal barriers across national systems and to work to overcome these barriers and trying to get to this unified framework for quality assurance. That would be another big step, for ahead, to move our systems towards a more, let's say, satisfactory, sensible way to approach, the changed world that we face at different levels. Tom? Eric, we are about to finish our time in. No, go ahead. It's just, the conversation is.
Sorry, I hope I don't delay the way to the break or to the lunch. But just a short remark, because the things we were discussing, I think that are even the not that complicated part when it comes, for example, as you said, okay, how to harmonize different quality processes when it comes to research. The more interesting, and the university I come from, VU Vienna, we are part of this Engage EU network. Yeah? And what I feel there is challenging is the quality assurance of the higher education part, so the teaching and learning part, because there are joint courses. There have to be instruments within the joint courses, like something like classroom evaluation, something like, I don't know, student evaluation on a more aggregated level. And then you have all of the different partners that had the national requirements. I learned a lot about different national requirements when it comes to QA. So it's really the solution to have at the end of the day a framework, a European framework that fits for all, or at least in a midterm perspective, and midterm sometimes can take quite long. Isn't it more the aim to build a framework within an alliance that on the one hand side fits within the national requirements, also instrument wide, because I learned in Italy there is a list of evaluation questions that have to be within a question or something like that. So they're quite very different, and then also be completable or fit into this European requirements. So as you said, this meso level, isn't it that such concepts have to be built not in a very abstract framework, but to invent something that fits to the bottom, but also to the top, something like that. Is that clear somehow?
We can continue a conversation, between us, but just quickly, I wanted to say comment, which is that this unified framework that seems to be the panacea. Indeed, it's not a panacea. It's a unified framework just to have some key principles, some key ideas that orient the system in specifying them ways to address the diversity that exists within the systems across country and region. So we don't have to think about one fits all solution, but just a way to create an overarching understanding of what we are doing here as opposed to Vienna or
Sorry, I have a farming comment. Also, the point is also the user of the research. Is no more the community. Michela, right? No, Blau. Sorry, you look like Michela. Not so. No, the point is that we are evaluating with all tools new things. So that's the reason doesn't match, because you have new stakeholders. These regions, businesses, they don't care about the H index. They want to know if you can help for innovation. Can we measure that somehow? That we are going beyond the borders of higher education policy. I understand that this is kind of strange to say, but the complexity comes also on the users of your collaboration activities. So research is research, and is academic research, and is well measured. Is there any reason to change that kind of indicators within the community? We don't know, but for sure, for other activities and for other stakeholders, it doesn't work well. So that's the reason why we are trying to complexify the discussion and then simplify again with other kind of indicators. But it's a meta, discussion we are having now. Sorry to cut.
Okay, that's okay. It was in the other side of the reason. One side is to have a common overarching framework, which doesn't mean the unique solution for everybody, which doesn't work. And let's hear from the outside world, because we have to provide some answers to this world. Otherwise, we get irrelevant. And I don't think that that's what we aim for. That's it. Now I invite you all to the debate that is organized just outside this room. And we will resume at 2 o'clock with representatives of other alliances that will share with us their practices. And so enjoy the lunch. We will be back here at 2. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your line participant. exchange of practices from other alliances. And the first one is the Field EU Alliance, which is a very lively, vibrant alliance that responded to my call. So at the very beginning, with they're willing to share people actually, and the practice that they have developed as well. So I don't take too much time just to introduce.
We have three. When will be online?
Okay.
When
the other
comment will
person
be
is mine.
online?
So
Starting.
Erica.
Yeah.
Erica from Portugal.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mita, for all your enthusiasm and hard work. And to the rest of the team, we do appreciate this opportunity to be sharing our experience and to have this opportunity that I think it's what is paramount at this stage for all of us. It's just to exchange experiences and ideas. People support. Right. Yes, thank you so much. And as you can see, the alliance is working together, so everything very quickly. Okay, so thank you so much. We are really pleased to be here and testing mobility at all levels, because part of the presentation will be in presence by both myself and my colleague Maria de Lourdes Machado Taylor. I'm Erika Colega Pedrich from Lusófona University in Portugal, and you will also have our major specialist in mobilities, Elizabeth Lourenço from Lisbon, also sharing her knowledge in the field. So I'm through and throughout, I'm a teacher. I'm someone that loves teaching. So what I'm bringing here, and of course I want to teach with quality. It's my enthusiasm and the ideas and the pedagogical side of things we are testing at FilmEU. And what I'm trying to give you a bird's eye view here, it's together with my colleagues to make a connection between what actually happens in the field, the mobilities and quality. So who are we? We are Lusófona University in Lisbon, the Film and Media Arts department. We are BFM in Tallinn, Estonia. We are Lucas School of Arts in Belgium, and we are IDT in Ireland. So at the moment we are 4 institutions, but we are in a moment of expansion, because we are in the first cycle as an alliance, and the objective, of course, is to enlarge and to have precisely a higher impact in the next cycle of activities. To teach, I bring you the what is our source of inspiration that has evolved, and that's the Samsara pedagogical framework. Samsara proposes that artistic teaching, learning, research, and production are practice-based, collaborative endeavors that engage ethically and actively with societal problems through the creative use and mediation of technology. At FilmEU, we believe that people learn best when they are making meaningful creative work together on equal terms. When we started testing harmonization and how we would develop these, let's say, pedagogical pilots, we were immediately confronted with this perspective that equality was not enough, that it's paramount to think in terms of equity, in terms of university. And why? Because it's the hard work
is that we need to implement and we need to make individuals thrive. We can look at people and at students as a collective, but in the end, if we don't have the time of the care to check what individual in front of us has, both in terms of needs, but in terms of potential, something very important is being missed. To do this design thinking, it's embedded in everything we do, from the way we design our pilots, the way we want precisely at basis of the film youth pilots developed in our work package 2 that provides staff and institutional capacitation, is precisely this idea that we are replying to societal problems. And the way we define, ideate, prototype, and test these ideas are always in terms of a process that we aim as democratic as possible, not just in sense of the democratic dialogue, exchange between teachers, but also when we are placing the pilots into practice in terms of the feedback that most important students give to us in terms of if they felt it was a worthwhile learning experience. So from all this democratic process, as mentioned, team-based learning, of course, it's key. In terms of the way we've developed the pilots, we have strived to have carefully formed and managed teams, frequently and timely feedback. There is this idea that the projects are not these entities that are stacked blocks, but the problem solving throughout will help us to fine tune what is happening. And we do promote student peer evaluation at different stages of the process. Now to see the work we've developed so far, as you can see in terms of how the Samsara model started and how it is now, and it's addressing key issues that were mentioned here that became relevant and that we need to keep a focus on and make relevant in terms of giving it a concrete purposes that make our students worthwhile in terms of going through these learning experiences. And then, of course, you have, as mentioned, equality and equity, sustainability, mobility, diversity and inclusion. We have specific working groups because we do believe that to cater and to have this focus in terms of the diversity and inclusion, not just of the learning experience, not just in terms of the students, but also in terms of the teachers that are teaching, to have in our teaching staff a broad range of professionals with different perspectives and different experiences and from different backgrounds. And fortunately enough, the Alliance is allowing us to achieve this precisely due to the plethora of different professionals that are involved. So with this new model of the Samsara, yes. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. People at home are not. Okay, okay. I can go back and just quickly go through it. So, yes. So I'll just click through it so that people just have an idea of, yes, it's working now. Is it working now? Can people online let us know?
Yes, we see the files, the slides, but in
you-
not in presentation mode. But it doesn't matter if it's not possible to show it in presentation mode. We can see it like that.
So it's now on?
Now we see slide number 3.
I'm not, and I'm not, and I'm being led, on all technical issues. Don't worry. Okay, so just for the people that were viewing, just to give you an idea of the images that were screened, what is now the Samsara pedagogical framework. When I mentioned equality and equity, this was the image I've used to represent these two concepts. This was the model in terms of design thinking. And this was, I phrased all the content of this image in terms of the 4 key components of team-based learning. And we were at this stage, and I think fortunately enough that you will be able to visualize the Samsara model, how it was. And I'll catch up from this stage in terms of the involvement due to quite a lot of work in terms of curricular harmonization, the pilots. We evolved into this more complex, but at the same, I believe, more clear and more relevant Samsara model, one where we are addressing diversity and inclusion, as mentioned. That is something that is paramount for us, not just in terms of catering for the diversity and inclusion that exists in terms of the pool of students we have, but also in terms of the teachers that are teaching the various curricular unities, the equality and equity, the issue of sustainability that is should be at the core of everything we do, and the technological mediation that is something that is transversal to all the work that is being undertaken, and the mobility, of course, that will be addressed more specifically by my colleague Elizabeth Williams. So I was at this stage where I was explaining further that this update of the Samsara model allows us to actualize the relationship between theory, research, and practice. Something we feel that it needs to be again and again reinforced within the field of arts and media. It also allowed us to increase the participation in and integration of multiple disciplines, communities, and areas of knowledge. To increase the contribution of film and media arts to the solution of real-world problems. So it's again connected with these notions of impact and societal relevance. To reformulate traditional creative hierarchies towards more collaborative structures, to embrace ethical technological mediation of the craft at all stages of learning and development, to expand support and remove barriers for underrepresented groups to participate and thrive, and to increase transparency and equity at all levels of student and staff engagement. So we're trying to do a really effort here, just not in terms of the students we intake and how we promote our courses at national level, but also in terms of the support we give to students, especially the ones that are less represented in film and media. So I bring you also an example of our first pilot, one where we tried a series of principles from the Samsara model, and where we could test things as mentioned as the pedagogical perspective, the learning of the students, and also to see how we could harmonize at all levels, from curriculum to the evaluation to how we operate in terms of mobilities. So this first pilot had at its core to define, investigate, and address the societal challenge concerning sexuality, gender, and censorship by developing a short form series and producing a pilot episode together. So this was a direct reaction to a situation that was being lived at that moment in another European country where teachers at secondary level were being forbidden of teaching this topic. Is it okay now? Yeah? Yeah? Okay, fine. Okay, yeah? Okay, I'll trust. Thank you so much for the help. Okay, it seems like now everything hopefully is technically working for the people that are watching outside, online. So moving forward. So the challenge topic for us, it's relevant, that has a social impact, can be explicitly linked to development of key artistic skills and knowledge, is significant and create a sense of urgency and relevance in learners and participants. It's broad enough in scope to provide multiple entry points for student growth and exploration, and allow for an inclusive space for a great diversity of students who come from cultures in various stages of social transformation. Can be curated by partner institutions, expertise and resources to develop and educate models, activities, and events. So to go through this journey, we had, of course, the opportunity to go through this. I think it's because we're so hard at defending democratic values. There's some kind of against censorship and yeah. But you know, yeah. Please bear with us a moment. I will persist. Resilience is key, as you mentioned in the morning, so don't worry. We're trying to sort out the technical problems with it. Okay. It's good I have a background as a low-budget filmmaker, so I can take anything on the slide and just continue. Okay, so to do this, it was very thorough, because even we went through the history of film and key filmmakers that were censored or even censored their work, as for instance, as you probably know, Stanley Kubrick, for instance, because of the reaction to the audience to A Clockwork Orange at a certain stage. He didn't allow for the Clockwork Orange to be seen by the British audience, because they in a very unexpected way to the film. But we went throughout the story of the censorship in the world, and also how censorship can affect filmmakers, even in terms of how, if they get grants or not, because there's a more evident censorship that can be legislation, but there's also a censorship that can be embedded in terms of funds that are available to become a filmmaker. Okay, so our aim was to empower students in the understanding of film and media history, to give students comprehensive tools to discern and discuss the ethics of gender, sexual representation, classification, and censorship at an international level. The establishment of solid competences in digital film, providing students with key skills for contemporary film and media filmmaking, to train students to work in a team-based environment. In terms of our objectives, these were the ones that for us were the most important: the expansion and application of an interdisciplinary training program focusing on transmedia, providing students with the right theoretical and technical skills to succeed as transmedia creators, to promote a comprehensive mapping of contemporary media outlets, that students would learn how to discover and research differences and similarities between people with different cultural backgrounds, becoming proficient in understanding international projects. So I believe this, in a sense, had quite an European spirit. Any group we should start includes individuals with different levels, theoretical and technical know-how, should at the end express a more balanced level of proficiency. And here it's where equity takes place. The blossoming of co-production enterprises between all institutions involved in the FilmU Alliance to create a solid platform for discussion and consolidation on the topic of citizenship and democracy when applied to an author's social impact. So we had several phases: preparation, team building week, pre-production, shooting, and post-production. And we started from October to January, preparing this mini-series. We had 4 master classes, 1 in each institution. We had to deal, of course, as well with the pandemic. So in the end, this notion of having it both local and virtual allow us to strive and to get the enthusiasm of the students going. It was also very important, the role of local teachers in terms of not just having online lessons and preparation, but also to have a dedicated local team that would be able to speak with the students in presence. This is an example of a master class where we screened the film The Queen of Ireland, that was focused on the referendum in terms of gay rights in Ireland. And then one of the major players of the film, this activist Rory O'Neill, gave a Q&A, and he was involved in a conversation with our students plus the director. So they had a full notion of the impact of this film in Ireland and the way films can address issues that are very relevant for society. Then we had a team building week where we selected projects, had workshop classes. We engaged 28 students and 10 teachers on mobility. And this was not just for the students. We also, teachers took the opportunity to learn and to be with each other and exchanging ideas. And I think that's why it's key, this notion of how important mobilities are, because of course we can all be on Zooms and exchange, but to have that chance to be in presence, exchanging ideas and finding solutions together, I think it just made things go so much quicker. Then we had the pre-production from February to April, where all the projects got the green light. We completed the teams and went through all the stages of production, location scouting, casting, planning, and then the shooting took 4 days across the 4 different countries. And the post-production was in April to May, and we addressed video post-production, audio post-production, color grading, mix, and this was done, of course, locally with the support of local teachers, but also virtually with the support of teachers from across institutions, and also with teams of students working virtually together. From this pilot, we managed to achieve 4 different films with directors from across the different institutions, the 4 institutions, and the teams were also from across the 4 EGIs. We had the films, the videos, but also transmedia and all other kinds of outputs from our students. From, as you can see, cartoons, bande dessinées, projects that were telling the story in another way, to YouTube stories, Instagram. The students were able then to expand their creativity about the films they were working on various outlets. And I think that's what made it really dynamic in terms of the experience. For me as a teacher, it was incredible because as the students were learning, I was also learning so much in this process of working together. And all of us, both teachers and students, were learning really team building skills in terms of compromise. And this is quite a window in terms of how we can, in Europe, can work together. So now, without further delay, hopefully, and with good technical conditions, I will hand over the baton to my colleague, Elizabeth Lourenço, in Lisbon, Portugal. And I think you've seen perhaps my presentation 2 or 3 times with all the issues, but I hope it was worthwhile.
Hello,
Elizabeth is online.
Hello.
Elizabeth.
Good afternoon to you all. Can you hear me? Yes?
Just check if you can share your screen then.
I was trying to ask for the control of the one that you have, but I was not allowed to do that.
Just a second for technical support. Please bear with us. Okay, perfect. Already projecting. You can go for it, Elizabeth.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you very much for this opportunity to be together, even in this virtual way with you. In fact, it's quite interesting to have some colleagues together face to face and some colleagues in a virtual way, since this huge challenge to the European University Alliances, they really ask us to be smart and to bring out some solutions, since the main challenge is 50% of the people in mobility within the alliances. And I imagine that all the universities, as well as we are trying to manage and to come out with amazing ideas to solve this commitment with the Commission to fulfill the 50% of the mobilities. So if we go ahead with an empirical look to the university life in the last 30 years, we will understand that Erasmus Plus program was probably one of the main drivers for the internationalization of the universities in Europe. Today, the main goals of the Commission and the main goals of Europe are very clear in this area. The program still wants and work to establish an European education area with a strong link between education and research, and it still aim employability, social inclusion, civic engagement, innovation, and now this environmental sustainability to all the European space. In fact, this challenge that it was accepted by European Universities Alliances of fulfill 50% mobility within the alliances is probably the main goal to the universities to achieve the 100% of success it's a huge challenge. It's also a big fight to go ahead with such kind of numbers. Nevertheless, it's a creative challenge for the international officers every day that are working with the universities. In FilmEU, we started during the pandemic period, the hard one. And of course, all the activities have been taking place in a virtual way. Today, we have all kinds of mobilities that we can imagine. So face-to-face, virtual, blended, and in many cases, some new things that we have created to try to achieve the 50% of the mobilities. By the other side, it's also a challenge concerning the funds to support such numbers of mobilities. As you can imagine, even if we are trying to get financial support from European programs, the first one is Erasmus Plus through the Key Action one, but as well as the Erasmus Mundus Master programs, the financial support for the Alliance, but we also need to get some national support, financial support, and of course the institutional support to put the projects going on. I'm sorry. However, the main goal today was to talk as well about how relevant are the faculty mobility, of course, to the European University Alliances, but at the same time, for the universities in general. The faculty mobility is really an important instrument to promote the international activities of the universities, and it has a huge social impact in our days. So the main goal is to enable any staff, including staff from private enterprises, to teach and to train abroad as part of their professional and personal development, to share their experience, to experience new teaching environments, to acquire innovative pedagogies and design skills, new skills, and try to achieve new digital skills. Connect with their peers abroad and develop common activities to achieve the program's objectives, and at the same time exchange good practices and enhance the cooperation between higher education institutions. Prepare, of course, the students better for the working life. It's at the same time the best way to promote and develop transnational and interdisciplinary curricula, as well as innovative ways of learning and teaching, online collaboration, research-based learning, and challenge-based approaches with the objective of facing the new societal changes that we have in nowadays. So concerning our alliance, what we have been doing in terms of teaching mobility is, by one side, to use all the figures that we have already and that we know through the Erasmus Plus program, and at the same time to add new ways of doing it, but at the same time new forms to try to achieve other financial supports, and at the same time to grow up in the numbers of mobilities. So we have the teaching mobility, traditional staff mobility for teaching, as all of us are aware within the Erasmus Plus program, mobility for training. So we are sending our teachers for training abroad, not only within the alliance, but also to other universities and other partners all over Europe and as well as outside of Europe. At the same time, job shadowing experiences that we do believe that are very important in our days as well for the teachers' development. And here, in a very particular way within the Alliance, we are working hard to develop joint research projects and at the same time to promote and to come out with new double and joint degrees and different kinds of study programs. So what we are promoting every day here within our teachers has a huge aim to promote several changes. The first one is about the personal development of our staff teaching members. It's really a huge contribute for each staff member in mobility to have this chance and this opportunity. By one side, these kind of activities will allow them to acquire new skills, scientific, pedagogic, but at the same time, probably in many.
Elisabetta, sorry to interrupt, but you have to, try to get to the conclusions because we have still another presenter from your alliance and we are running out of time. Sorry.
Okay. So at the same time, okay, I will go fast. Another result from the teachers' mobility is the support that they are able to give to the students in the classroom, as well as the contribution to the development of the organic units where they are working. And of course, at the same time, to the institutions when they bring new ideas, new challenges every day. So the impact of the teaching mobility is huge, and that's why we put such effort to promote their mobility. So we have staff mobility for teaching within the Alliance. We have staff mobility for teaching in a blended way. At the same time, we try to have it as a direct exchange between the institutions, so our teachers, they can replace their peers in the classroom. We have, for instance, one teacher here in our campus from Lucca, and our teacher is in Lucca teaching at the same time. Then we have teachers' mobility for the participation in BIPs, which are the blended intensive programs. And this figure is very strong in our alliance, because we do believe that these intensive activities within the students for 2 weeks can make the difference in their work. As well as concerning training, not only teaching. So our teachers are encouraged to go abroad for training activities in different kinds of ways. Main challenges for the mobility activities in our days are, of course, the relationship between the alliance members. So we really work hard in order to promote mobility also within the staff working to support the teaching activities, but as well for the administrative staff working with the alliance. That it's really important to build new teams working together in trust every day to put out everything that we need to work with. Essentially, because we want to build something new. We want to build a university, but in fact, we have 4 different cultures. We have 4 different countries, 4 different languages. So this challenge is huge. And the trust and the share of knowledge and resources is essentially to achieve our goals. To share information is also very important in nowadays. It's really a huge instrument for the support of students and teachers' mobility. As much as we can know, we can share with the ones going abroad, and we can prepare the mobilities in a better way. So the participants will be much more confident in their mobility. So a general overview about the students' mobility. We are, of course, promoting all the mobilities within the Erasmus Plus program, and the ones that take place out of the program, they use essentially the same instruments and the same rules. What we have had new within FilmEO to the mobilities are essentially the event-based mobilities. It's an instrument that we are using in several projects to promote the mobility, essentially in a virtual way within our students and staff. And we have already realized some events with very new resources, and as well as with very good results for the participants. So thank you very much. I will give the floor to Maria de Lourdes.
With quality, I will not go all over presentation. Elizabeth, go. Stay in Lisbon. Okay, thank you. So we embrace all this with quality, and we have 2 considerations: a general consideration for institution quality and defining the quality within the FilmEO project. My colleague already spoke about FilmEO and present you to FilmEO. So in general terms, we know that the European higher education area is characterized by a diversity of approach to quality that includes the accreditation, evaluation, and the audit of the level of the study programs and of the institutions. All these are have a common denominator that are the standards and guidelines for quality assurance and in the European higher education area. Okay, and those are the agencies that participate in the higher education area, particularly the European Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education. Those are the definition that we have about quality, and it's quite interesting that we have two distinct elements. One are the cultural and psychological elements of the values and beliefs inside the institution. The other one are the managerial elements that are define the process of the quality. Anyway, all these have to be part of the strategic management of the institution and involve internal and external stakeholders. The quality have to be a collective responsibility within the institution, and we all stakeholders, internal and external, contribute to the improvement of quality. It have to be both top-down and bottom-down process, and it have to reflect, and this is quite difficult, to reflect the shift from control, accountability, and regulation to autonomy and credibility. And I can tell you that in Portugal, this is quite difficult because institutions are very fondly about their autonomy. And on the other side, you have the control from the government, from the National Agency of Accreditation. So to have this control is quite difficult. Of course, quality is of vital importance for higher education institutions to pursue their mission, their vision. We have 4 dimensions. Of course, we can identify others, but we have 4 dimensions in the process of quality, communication, implementation that are part of the structure of the institution, and of course, the stakeholders' involvement. We have the cultural dimension. Each institution is having their own culture. And we have the psychological dimension, the quality, the support from the leadership, the values of an institution, the staff ownership. And this is very important that all staff, not only academic, but also non-academic, is supportive and is feeling the ownership, the commitment, the teamwork. And all these have to be central binding by leadership, commitment, and communication. Of course, inside the film, we have a very big challenge because on one side, it needs to be a mechanism, not only in the field of education, mobility, and governance, but we have a big issue that because this alliance is specialized for film and media art, so we need to have quality issues that can reach these issues, the specialization for film and media art. And we have one obstacle, that is the absence of a common European accreditation procedure in this field. So within the FilmU project, it requires the development of a common quality assurance procedure according to the standard guidelines that include the qualification of staff, the implementation of a common governance, the management of structures, but also that can assure, and this is very important, the participation of students. So what we aim is to have one exemplary collaborative structure. So the quality assurance in art, education of art, is a very, very special area. Art to be evaluated and ranked by objective indicators. So in the accreditation process of a program, each state has different regulations. So we already have 4 different institutions. My colleague introduced that. So 4 different institutions from 4 different countries with legal environment and expectation. So what we have inside the FilmU project are 3 main objectives for the quality assurance. Quality aimed as a compliance with the international regulation, quality as a ranking tool, and quality that aims at enhancement. So the continuous process of evaluation, assessing, monitoring, maintaining, and improving the quality of higher education system or programs have a set of components. Those components are identified as a set of measures that take to systematically determine, control, and improve the quality of your service. Because I have to say that I was used to work for the Agency of Evaluation in Portugal. And I always was explaining that to my colleagues, to the institution. When we have a quality system, what we are evaluating is not the quality of the institution. What we are evaluating are the quality of the procedures. So this is quite different. So we need to have a management policy for the quality assurance, goals, methods, follow-up, to agree on standards within our institution. And we have to have ongoing attention to the quality of everything we do. So in the FilmU project, we already had 3 stages, yes. 1 and 2 is done, and we are now in the 3rd one. That means the revision of the framework for art and to develop a final version of a proposed framework in the FilmU. Along with that, with the implication that to develop a process of quality in one alliance that is of art, so very particularly, we have now the European strategy for the university. And the objective, this was a package that was released on January 19. And the objective of the European strategy for universities is to support and to enable the university to adapt to the current challenge, to contribute to the European resilience and recovery. So within that, what are the recommendations of the ENCA? The recommendations are on building bridges for effective European higher education cooperation states, and to implement the automatic mutual recognition, but also to the recognition of the prior learning. So, in sum, what are the key elements for the FilmU quality assurance? Involvement of all stakeholders, hosts, staff, support staff, students. Focus on enhancement, not judgment. Feedback in time for improvement during the pilot window. Keeping in short and simple. Hybrid approach, which focus on qualitative approach and less quantitative. And this is very important since we have European universities very particularly in arts. Gathered data need to be made visible in a structured way, and to create an open brainstorming atmosphere for expectation, ideas, and contribution. Thank you. We apologize for our long presentation, and I went over all this. And we'll be happy to share our presentation with you and to share our thoughts by email, whatever. Yes.
Thank you so much for trying to condensate in these 3 presentations what has been the work of an alliance, including different countries, which actually has a very complex eval. And let me use this technical word. What you evaluate indeed is not the institutions, but in the procedures, and the procedures to make to carry out this art education are indeed, very peculiar, very specific to Italy. So thank you so much for sharing, your experience with us. I would, before letting, the space for questions, I would like to move to the next presentation. Yes, and afterwards we will collect questions. So there are Frank and Chiara, who will tell us about ERUO, another alliance. I don't know, you are going to start. Frank is connected, I think he's connected online.
Yes. And I was told that the easy thing is that that I share the screen and our presentation. I will try to do that.
Okay.
So 1 moment, please. Then hopefully you will see our presentation. So here we go.
In the meantime, I can, of course, thank you for this opportunity to share. I think it's always important, this moment of exchange of good practice. I'm Chiara Penot, the administrative coordinator of the European Reform University Alliance, IRUA. We are, for the moment, 5 partners from Paris, Paris State University, Constance University, Roskilde University, New Bulgarian University, and the University of the Aegean. So, and we are, of course, all the alliances, we are going to expand our partnership, but a greater impact in the future. So today we are going to share with you, we'd like to share with you our experience and our structure of the quality assurance, our quality assurance system, and in particular, an experiment we have made recently. This cumulative evaluation with external participation. To be a very concrete presentation. Okay, so just briefly, this is our governance and advisory structure. We have that include the educational, so Erasmus Plus, and the research part. So we have created a overarching governance because we think that too often the educational part and the research part work in silos, but it's very important that we work together and as an alliance with an alliance perspective. So we have different working package, and the quality assurance is formally in the coordination and management group. We don't have a separate working package because we think quality assurance have to be really transversal and with all our activities. So we have, of course, at the beginning, draft our strategy. The word reform is key in our alliance. And so also in the quality, our quality assurance strategy is based on this concept of the theory of change applied to quality assurance. So we don't have to speak at a certain moment. This is a great danger now to the immobilism. So we always question ourselves because the societal needs change. And so we have to change with them. So this is very important. And of course, impact is related to quality assurance because European University was born to have an impact on society, to change the European panorama of higher education and research. We, of course, we have all the quantitative indicators for our activities and initiative. But for us, it's also very important to have a qualitative approach to quality assurance. So we organize a review workshop in each working package regularly to see if we are working well and how we can improve. And then we have two external advisory body, the advisory board for the educational part and the scientific council for the research part. They are made by the external expert. And we have also this participatory body that is formed by person not directly working the alliance, but that have experienced our initiative, our activities. So they are, in a sense, external to the core of the alliance. And they are meant to test our initiative and to evaluate and to give recommendation for improvement. And it will evolve in a forum. That means that for now, there are 25 participants from, of course, different internal stakeholders, students, staff. But we want to involve all the community. So this is very important. The governance have to be on board, but also create a strong community is important if we want reality to have an impact. So this is our initial quality structure. But even though we are an alliance of the second round, so we have been working since less than 2 years, but we think it's important to have also an external evaluation, because also the member of the advisory board now are involved in the working package activities. So we really wanted to have an external evaluation, and also because the advisory board are experts, but in different fields, from the researcher to the startup, university network, but they are not expert in quality assurance. So this external body is formed by quality assurance expert. So I give the floor to Frank, that is our quality manager, super quality manager, that have engaged in this quality assurance experiment that is based on the unique concept, but a little bit adapt in our reformist spirit.
All right. Okay. Thanks. Yeah. So my name is Frank Wehinger. I'm responsible for the quality assurance at ERUA. ERUA is coordinated by the University of Paris 8, and I'm based at the University of Constance. First of all, I would like to apologize that I couldn't make it to Naples. I had to cancel my trip at the very last moment for certain reasons, which I regret very much. But I thank you, the organizers, that I can still participate in the workshop in that way. And I also have been following the event in the Teams meeting here. So we are presenting a use case of the unique framework that we are currently carrying out in our lines. It's a cumulative evaluation, as Kia said, of ERUA. So briefly, I would go into the points here. What, who, when, how, and why do we do this evaluation? As Kia said, we yes, we are using this unique framework, and that means that we want external experts to monitor our ability to make plans, to implement these plans into practice, our ability to evaluate ourselves, and finally to adapt if necessary. So the last point is, of course, the most interesting point and the most exciting point in this whole exercise. We have an evaluation group of 4 experts. Those are working close coordination with the advisory board. The advisory board is the other external board, one of these 2 external boards that we have, the advisory board and scientific council. And this started in June. So we have already the first experiences, and it will last until the end of the first project period. That is why we call it cumulative, and I will explain that later. We have planned 3 site visits by these external experts and 1 final presentation at the ERUA Summit next year. So why do we carry out that? Well, Chiara has already said that we are constantly questioning ourselves as reform institutions, and this is a specific characteristic of our alliance. So we want to accompany the development of Aurora with a formative evaluation. And that is where I want to start. We continuously question and transform our institution. That is, the sentence is taken from our mission statement of Aurora. And of course, we want to live up to this claim. And secondly, we believe that a one-off evaluation, so a usual evaluation, is suitable for an already existing organization. However, alliances are institutions that are in the middle of a development, which are in the making and constantly changing. And in this case, we think that a cumulative evaluation is better because it can accompany the development for a while. And we also want not only us to learn from this evaluation, but also other alliances and universities if there are interesting findings. That is why we plan to present the results in an appropriate forum after the evaluation is over. And all of you will be invited. So what are we doing? We have 4 areas that we want to have evaluated. We follow a waterfall model here. So one question or criterion, evaluation criterion, leads into the next one. And this general model and the evaluation criteria are taken from the unique framework, of course, but we have adapted them. So in more detail, what does it mean? What? Well, at the outset, we must ask whether a strategy and policies enable the realization of an inter-university campus. That means, is our strategy comprehensive enough to achieve the goals that an alliance like ours faces? So, and after this theory, after the first point, after the first evaluation criterion, it will be interesting to have a look into the practice. What are we doing? How are we doing that? So does Aurora manage to take appropriate measures to implement its strategy and policies in an effective manner? Then we are implementing things, but are we able, that is the third criterion, are we able to organize an appropriate evaluation and quality monitoring system to check whether the implementation measures are really effective? So in the third step, we will have a look at the quality assurance system of Aurora. And at the end, the most exciting question, does Aurora manage to turn the wheel when that is, when we realize that we are on the wrong track? This is a very crucial question, we think. And because the answer to this question will determine whether or not we will succeed as an alliance. So in social impact, of course, we are also monitoring social impact here at the strategy level, at the implementations level, at the evaluations level, and at the improvement and adaptation level. Because I want to give our friends from Engage EU also the opportunity to present their model. I skipped that here, but of course, I just want to tell you that, of course, the object of the evaluation is not only about our governance, I mean, that's the main object, but also about our impact. So who are carrying out this evaluation? So we were able to win 4 external experts for the evaluation, which we are very pleased about. And a little surprise for Aurora, perhaps it's the first person, and Kes asked me to send a warm greeting from him to the Aurora team. So warm greetings from your former coordinator. And we have Christoph Kollimund, Director of the Swiss Agency for Quality Assurance and former President of the ENQA on board, and Gabi Lombardo, Director of the European Alliance for Social and Humanities, very experienced person. And our student member is Elena Stefankova from Comenius University in Bratislava. So we are really going down to a concrete example here, as Chiara already promised. So here you can see the time, the schedule, how we carry out such an evaluation, such a cumulative evaluation. Well, we presented the model to the advisory board, and later we discussed it in the executive committee of ERUA, and it was very much welcomed there. The only criticism was that we should speed up the process a bit, because we want to use at least the first results for our second application, for the application to the second project period next year. Because, you know, we are second round alliance and our first period ends in October next year. Then we formed the evaluation group. We organized the first site visit. The first site visit concerned strategies and policies. So the first cycle, if you remember the waterfall model, there's the first point. And during the ERUA summit, you all are cordially invited to the ERUA summit from the 7th to 9th of November in Paris. During that summit, we will carry out the second site visit on policy implementation and impact. And in March, the third site visit on evaluation and monitoring and improvement policy. So here we decided to merge step number 3 and step number 4, monitoring and improvement, and monitor it in one site visit in March next year. And in the whole evaluation process will end with the ERUA summit next year. So how? That is maybe interesting for the practitioners here in our group, how we do carry out, how exactly is the process of this. We provide certain documents to the evaluation experts, so for these 4 people, and they produce output for us. In preparation for the interviews, in preparation for the evaluation interviews, each team that is interviewed conducts an internal workshop, a review workshop. And in these workshops, we ask ourselves, what have we achieved and what do we still need to achieve our goals? We then summarize the results of these workshops into short self-reports, which we make available to the evaluators. And then we conduct interviews with the individual groups. We means the evaluation experts conduct the interviews with the individual groups. For example, the first evaluation step was about strategy, and to this end, the evaluators conducted interviews with the rectors of the ERUA universities, the executive committee of ERUA, and the university council of ERUA. And between the individual meetings and at the end of the day, the evaluators have their own internal meetings, and we from the QA team take note and prepare the administrative draft of the review report, which is then commented on by the experts, and finally sent to the ERUA bodies. And there in the ERUA bodies, we decide which recommendation we want to implement. So now comes a very important aspect. We think that this cumulative evaluation only works if the circle is closed again. So we want to mirror the results of our internal consultations as an alliance back to the evaluators, and so feed them back into the evaluation process. Because why? Because this allows, or should allow, the reviewers a deep insight into the ERUA system. So the idea is that the evaluators can examine the adaptation processes of ERUA live, and they can watch us work. And that is the innovative element in this unique concept that we added. So I hand over again to Chiara.
some reflection. We have started this external evaluation process, and as Mika said, there is always an increasing demand for impact. So also the evaluation and the quality assurance have a focus on impact, not only evaluating the activity, the structure, the deliverable, no, but really if we are doing things that have an impact, that a transformative potential. So we decide, even though in less than 2 years, we cannot say that we had an impact at European level, of course, on people, on university, and we are creating a really integrated alliance. But to have an impact in the future, in the long term, you have to start from the basis, and the condition sine qua non to have an impact is that is to create a consolidated alliance with a shared vision and mission. You have to have the governance on board, to raise awareness on the community, and so be able to make strategy together with the same vision. Is very important, is the base. And so that's why we decide to start this evaluation, to evaluate ourselves now and not to evaluate our impact after 3 years, because the start is very important. The direction you take is very important. This unique framework is very adapted, suitable for this. We always say that we are building a bridge while working on it. And so it's important to evaluate if you are building a solid structure. And to evaluate this work, is the unique framework have very broad indicators. And so it is interesting because each alliance, according to their focus or specificity, can adapt the indicator. And we are learning from our evaluators. We just gave them this broad criteria, and they have made their question. And so we are learning from what they are interested in, to understand what is important to evaluate. And we will use all these to create our framework of indicators specific for our alliance concerning the impact. And also, this is really a qualitative assessment. Of course, we gave to the evaluator all the indicators, quantitative indicators, but it's really an exchange on the quality of our provision and based on case study and on concrete example, because sometimes the indicator can be yes. It's a very time-consuming procedure, because it can be adapted in any case, not only in this initial phase, but each institution and also the alliance make plans and strategy for 3, 4, 5 years, and so this procedure can be adapted to this cycle of time, and. I think it's important for now. European University have no structure that as for evaluation, period evaluation. So it's important to have this external perspective and professional. I mean, we have dedicated a budget to this. The advisory board is on a volunteering basis. You cannot ask them so much effort, and so we opt for a professional one.
Thank you, Chiara and Frank. It's a very interesting case. What I gather is that you need to make an investment, a long-term investment in evaluation, which doesn't mean necessarily assessing deliverables in the project. Neither deliverables nor just the procedures that you put in place to work together within the alliance. it's really much impact oriented. So it builds a bridge, indeed, merges, a QA perspective with, the understanding that you act in a reality that is complex and it's very diverse out there. So I really appreciate the fact that it's also not based on documents, just on documents, because you make them just ask so much effort from teachers, faculties, and administrators, to produce reports, which then are going to be put into the drawer somewhere at different levels. And the information, of course, is not first hand. I like the fact that you go to the field on a regular basis and you ask people, what they're doing, so that you can have a feel of, not only of the progress that is made over time, but also the climate of the organization, whether the organization is doing well, it's embracing, new styles, new practices. That's something that to me is the key to producing relevant information. Otherwise, it's always some sort of, I would say, heated soup. It's an Italian saying, actually. I'm translating an Italian saying that says, you eat in the same soup, always the same type of meal. And that's a problem because you do not produce relevant information, and you are perceived by your commissioners as not responding to their needs, to their information needs. So I guess the really real lesson that I learned from your case is that you really have to devote time, efforts, commitment, and not only financial budget, which is, by the way, always needed, but more than financial resources, you need efforts, you need commitment, you need time to follow up on the processes that are underway and that will actually confront you with always new things to get so measured or accounted for, and you need to be able to address these new needs as they emerge over time. Thank you. We go to the last presentation, last case that concerns Engage, Engage EU Alliance. And we have here Karl Müller from Vienna University of Economics and Business.
Maybe I start with the great. Thank you. Maybe start with the presentation. Before the presentation comes, my name is Karl Müller. I'm the head of the Evaluation and Quality Enhancement Unit at VU Vienna, which is the University of Economics and Business in Vienna. And I speak in the role as an internal quality guy. Yeah. So what I want to present is on the one hand side where but that I would like to stress out very briefly some thoughts of some thoughts of our alliance, but then I will shift, and sorry for that, to a prototype where we want to show, and that's an internal prototype, so that's a view prototype, where I would like to combine or show how quality assurance goes together with impact monitoring, because we feel that a lot of issues are discussed about quality assurance and impact assessment or impact monitoring, or how to measure impact on the other side. And to address, we are quite responsible for quality assurance of teaching and learning, especially, yeah, and that differs a bit from the beginning. Yeah, just a short overview of our network, yeah, where we are with 9 partners. Where we're together with 9 partners, and for quality assurance, we're totally happy. I don't have put this great this great overview of our management bodies in the slides, but we're really happy that we managed to evaluate the first joint program, which was the summer program in Louise. And we managed to really have, and I hope the animations work, because then otherwise the joke doesn't work. No, I think what happens when I get into the presentation mode? Do you see the slides? I see Frank in the. Do you see the presentation? Can you put thumbs up, thumbs down? Yeah. Okay, then animation doesn't work. So yeah, the joke isn't funny at all. But this not even, yeah. The audience can see the animation. Ah, great. Okay. Yeah, what is the meso level that you addressed in establishing internal quality assurances, and that's also my feeling within the network, is that you have to manage to build very different internal quality assurance systems within one roof, and that's an art installation where you see that a lot of different systems that really are able to carry one roof, and that's just a viewpoint, and I think that's the way we want to go. But now I would like to jump into a prototype, as I said, not integrated in Engage, but prototyped at our institution to show how to put quality assurance instruments and impact measuring instruments together. And for business schools like we are at the University of Economics and Business, the question, what's your impact? What's your social impact? Is really long debated. And it really popped up with the financial crisis, yeah, where everyone was asking, what's the impact of what was the impact of business schools at all at that crisis? And as you all aware of, with the political situation that is changing toward impacts and toward asking the question, what's the role of the universities? All universities more and more look into that dimension. Yeah, and we at our institution, but we have to debate how to integrate it on a network basis. We distinguish between something like what's our deep impact and what's our broad impact. So what's the deep impact of the institution? What's the broad impact? And with deep impact, we understand the pathways, because a university as such has impact on itself, but it has impact over impact carriers. For example, graduates are impact carriers. As university, when you want to have impact in society, you have impact over your graduates, or you have impact over your research, or you have impact over third mission goals like an entrepreneurship center or something like that. Yeah? And deep impact means to visualize these the connection between graduates and the impact that can be found. And under broad impact, we understand a monitoring of a specific dimension, to show how to show what's the impact of the institution is. And I would like to jump into one of the broad impact projects and just briefly run through. I know we are we get out of time, so that is a list of potential impact carriers. So different dimension over which an institution can have impact towards society. And for example, over the graduates, over student skills, over innovative teachers and teaching, over the curriculums, until over the textbooks and the learning material. And our prototype is in the graduates dimension, and to switch towards internal quality assurance. As you're aware of a lot of internal quality assurance instruments like graduate trackings, tracer studies and stuff like that, or at least key performance indicators that are used. I don't know, how many graduates do you have and stuff like that. How many research output. Bring knowledge about external environments into the institutions or into the networks. And we say that when you adopt the instruments that are available or the logic of the instruments that are used in IQA, you can rebuild them to impact monitoring, to have an outside view. So what is the impact of the institution in the society, not what's, I don't know, the inner view, how's the higher education institution internally working. So it's about to learn more about our role in the external environments, to focus on external impact and to tracking the impact carriers that I listed before. And as you see, or as I wanted to point out here, is that the inner logic of these tracking instruments, of the IQA instruments, are quite the same. Both of them could be standardized. So it's every time good when you have monitoring instruments that are standardized, that they're replicable, so that you can do every 1, 2, 3 years your tracer study, your research, investigating or monitoring or bibliography stuff, that you have to predefine a question and a methodology, that when they're data driven, that's always a good thing for monitoring instruments, and that the follow-up, so closing the loop, has to be part of the instruments. There are some conceptual ideas. And what I would like to briefly show you are some thoughts about an instrument that that tracks graduates in the job market, but not on a general level, but on the top management level, which is quite important for business schools, but that can be adopted to other areas. As you're aware of these instruments that are quite common in IQA, like tracer studies or a graduate tracking based on register data, where some countries in Austria have the legal environment to do so. You focus on the quality of cohorts and try to put back in the information into the institution or into the network. I think that will come also on a network basis, that you can see, okay, our graduates, I know, perform in the job market quite well, or find a job quite properly, or go into this or that industries, and retrospectively say the institution, that the education was great. When it comes to impact, we also have to define that every institution, but also every network has a social impact via the graduates. When you have great graduates, then you also have more impact into society. Yeah, and we defined that that's especially true for top management positions as business school, but that also can be other positions when the focus is another, for example, in the industry, or for technical issues, but that's the aim of the scope of this project, of this instrument. Yeah. And the method was that we combined two databases. We combined the openly available data of company management. Every company within a specific size has to make transparent who are the top managers, who sits in the supervisory board, and which manager has which stakes. And there are international databases like the Orbis database that collect these information. Yeah? And we combined our graduate data with I don't bore you with the technical details, with a matching that focused on the names and the dates of birth. So data scientists would say that's a dirty matching, but it somehow worked, or it worked relatively well. Yeah? And the data of the companies and data of the managers are available at that databases, and you can restructure the data in a way that you can say, okay, our graduates find themselves in this industry or in this company segment, and stuff like that. And we did that with R, if you're aware of statistical instruments, but that's just a side note. These graphs are just to show you how we did it. Yeah, that you need some programming skills to put out some nice graphs. I will jump over that also during the time. And for example, that was the first round of our data analytics, where we can show, okay, how many graduates find their way to top positions in which countries, which can be identified via this algorithm. And we found, for example, that we have a strong link to Romania, for example, or the banking industry in Romania, which was not that surprising, but maybe if you're not that familiar with the industries, then that could be an interesting outcome, or it was an interesting outcome also as well. We found that our graduates are more, I wouldn't say allocated, but you can find our graduates more in companies with high revenue. The big companies, you find the numbers of persons related to the deciles. So we split the revenue in million in 10 deciles and showed, okay, how much persons are allocated to that companies. And that's quite important for an institution, also for network. If you see, look, your graduates are in the bigger companies, then that's something else than to say, okay, they are in the smaller companies. So for market segmentations and impact of the graduates, that means something. We also compared industries. I will jump over that. There are statistical I mean, probably part of you know that there are statistical measures where companies are, and that's international, are allocated to different industries. And we see that our institution, but also that would be interesting for alliances in the future. Which industries are the industries that are our credits working? Also when it comes to the SDGs and stuff like that. Are that the industries we were aiming at, for example? We also separated that for different branches and different companies, and see in the banking industry, for example, strong results for our graduates. Also in other countries. The results and conclusions for this prototype was that graduates are there where we hoped that we can find that. We used this instrument in the prototype phase to show are our credits somehow impactful for the company world? Because if you want to follow not the company world, but under other segments, you have to use another methodology. But okay, that would be another project. Yeah. And what's quite important, and I think that's an important topic also here when it comes to impactful stakeholder communication. Yeah. That also could be. We have not integrated that yet at the institution. But when you say, okay, these are our impactful partners in the companies, yeah, because they're on top management level, stakeholder communication, focused stakeholder communication also could strategically point exactly at these persons, yeah. And yeah, we had some internal findings as I presented before, and the thesis is that institutions, but also networks, and we call it modern QA, but with modern QA instruments, we can learn more about the impact of an institution, also from this type of instruments, yeah, where we really can visualize and see what's the impact in a certain field, because you can also apply such projects for other fields. And yeah, I skipped the potentials and challenges because they are quite technical, and we have just 10 minutes for question answer. But future options or making such projects broader available, which is also interesting for alliances, but also for other or for other higher education institutions. On the one hand side, communication or strategic communication with certain stakeholder also can be linked with impact. IQA and impact can be linked. It's not an and or. Yeah. When it comes to impact measuring, impact visualization, because impact often, that's my feeling, but maybe you disagree, but my feeling, social impact also is often something that is needed to show also internally, but also externally, what's the impact of an institution or what's the impact of a network, and therefore such projects also can help. And options would be expanded to other countries, expand the project to other HIEs, which also want to find out something like that. And yeah, we have some details and specific issues within the project that also could
It was very well focused, and you managed to present in less than 30 minutes. So we have a few minutes before our break. So thank you for this specific illustration, which is quite innovative. You know, tracking executive positions of your graduates. I've been involved recently into this study of understanding placement rates and job creations here. And we relied on the school's placement data with surveys. Tracer studies, it was a little bit even more sophisticated because it extends over time, 6 months, 1 year, even up to 3 years after graduation. But for other training, like the one I was evaluating, the digital training academies, indeed, we were relying on surveys that the same school was sending out. And we were able to gather information on the positions of trainees, you know, the graduate students who completed the course. And we were able to make some good estimate of the amount of how many new jobs were created in the region. I didn't understand whether this was just an experimentation within your university, and you were making this tool, this analytical framework available also for the alliance, which I think could be very useful. Probably not all alliances are, or not all universities are interested into these executive positions, because you at different levels of study, we need a bachelor, graduates, and then master students, and then even PhD students. But as an experiment, I guess it was very interesting, and I was wondering to what extent it can be shared throughout an alliance.
Yeah, a good point. Totally agree. The idea was, on the one hand side, and the case should just show that how such a thing can be made. But that what's on the conceptual basis maybe is more transferable, is that also on the instrument-based IQA and impact measurement can be seen as two parts of the same medal. Let's put it like that, yeah. And the lines, and we haven't integrated that and deeply discussed, because we are now establishing internal quality assurance procedures within the lines that are more classically. A lot of partners are also focusing on the business segment, so maybe that's also interesting for them. But we are really on the way forward there, yeah. And if you say that's not at the moment or immediately transferable, yeah, then I totally agree. But it was thought as food for thought, and it's a statement. Quality assurance and impact has to be thought together, especially internal quality management and instruments, and available data. And I think that's the second point, which is important for all institutions, but also alliances. Secondary data and the usage of secondary data can be powerful for pushing quality assurance further. Is that something for a takeaway?
Answer, but I think the way you use this data, to make this link, the bridge between the quality assurance procedures and information, and the very creative way to extract value from data, which is already available out there. The database that you mentioned is there; it's available. This kind of assessment can be done by universities and by alliances, and it's the way you use the data that's very interesting. Any questions? Quick questions that we want to raise and press. I think it. Sarah.
A very good example on the power of big data. I think I don't know if you didn't add the problem with privacy issues, like something like that, because it's I don't think that in the different country policy are different. So to transfer this model, it can be challenging. And so you were able to monitor, to collect the student graduated that get to work in industry for business, but also, for example, self-entrepreneurship or NGO, or the database would also include all the only really business focused. Because, for example, we are an alliance of focus on social sciences and humanities and arts. And so we have not these.
The two questions. The first question was the legal perspective. And I totally agree if you, and the question is also how to integrate and stuff like that. But the information that are, I mean, that's open information, or it has to be published for companies of a specific set who's in the management board. So that's not a secret. Yeah. So you could do that manually as well. So you can look through the web pages of the companies, for example, and take a look who's them. But that's a bit of the faster way of doing it. Yeah. So to speak. But totally agree. Yeah. If you go to another country with other national requirements, and that was a bit of my not so funny joke in the beginning. Yeah. Integrating different systems into one alliance, yeah, is in a point of time where the legal requirements for alliances are not that strong, is challenging on the legal aspect. I totally agree. Yeah. And the second thing is this database is for managers only. Yeah. But there are, and we've proven that well, but not really try to apply that to that field, because that would be a bit work and we haven't the time. There are, for example, international registers where you can find, for example, the person who do bring in personnel or stuff like that, who are in such kind of lists. There are, and that maybe is country specific, where there's central information for which NGO who's in the management board. But if you, and I think that's a valid point, if you're interested in persons that are, for example, just working in a specific field and are not the persons who are visible to the outside, I think that's the point. If you would like to track people or graduates that are visible in the outside world, which corresponds to impact, then I think with a certain, I know, programming and stuff like it's somehow applicable. Yeah. But if you're looking for persons that are not even visible at the home pages, then you can't do it with such an approach. Then it's better to do, as you said, with questionnaires, asking the graduates, what are you doing? What is your job? And one person says, okay, I work with, I don't know, in arts. Yeah. But if you say you want to go for famous artists, and you have a scale that, I don't know, you would like to search the internet, for example, and that also would be a possibility. Yeah. Because you can automatically also search based on Google search, and then say, and there are projects, but not in impact monitoring, in research, where say, okay, who many Google hits has which artist? I'm absolutely not familiar with arts, and then you can connect that and say, okay, we have, I don't know, our artists really have impact to the outside world, and then you can go further and say, okay, and they can be especially found with this and that topics. If you have an ontology or categories where you say, okay, it's these and that aspects or keywords in arts, then you can do it. So it's the visibility a bit. Yeah. Yeah, you can't take that one-on-one. You have to rebuild that idea. Yeah, and I would like to present more idea than a tool, because a tool is not so.
I was just, for younger generations, still provide a contribution in terms of how they use the data, how they produce the data, and
the search for new data on the net. I guess we need to also think about new instruments for creating relevant data. Any other question, remark? Guess we can have a break and have a coffee break actually before our last session begins with some policy directions to discuss about. So we will resume at 4:15 and we can have coffee just outside this room. Thank you. This special issue with another article. I would like to invite you all to think about these experiences that you have presented today, and possibly to develop a piece. It could be a scholarly piece. It could be also a case study, but please refer to me if you have this possible publication channel in mind, and if you want to explore this opportunity. Thank you. Let's break. The last session of this workshop. Professor Maniaci, did you be honored and very pleased to have the president of Italy's evaluation agencies with us, Professor Antonio and Aritis. And we are really welcoming his opening to this session. Because I think it's really relevant to involve agencies in our discussion.
Thanks a lot for the invitation and the opportunity to discuss about a very important topic of the European alliances under the framework of the higher education area. And for AMBO is an opportunity to compare experiences and to analyze the perspective of this very important argument. For me, it's a pleasure to give the regards of all the participants of our board and the member of the hope to use very soon in this period. So for me, it's a pleasure to be here. This is attending my doctoral course in Federico II, and it's an opportunity to discuss my guests coming from country, European University Association, the and other members of other university. And I give the floor to Marilena to speak about the activity in the field of quality assurance of our agents. Thanks a lot for the invitation. And
Good afternoon to everybody. I am Marilena Maniaci. I'm one of the 5 members of the governing board of the Italian Agency for the Evaluation of Universities and Research Institutes. And this presentation was supposed to be done together with Dr. Livon, who's the director of the agency, who could not be here. But of course, we share with all the members of the governing board, the president, of course, and the director, our strategy towards deeper internationalization of AMBUR, and which is also shown by the many activities we have. We have agreements with many agencies of the European higher education areas. We are also involved in the board of other agencies. I myself, I'm a member of the board of the French agency, and the president is also a member of the board of the Vatican agency. This is just to say, I will not say more on the international profile of the agency, but this is just to tell you that the governing board is really deeply involved in international issues and, among others, of course, follows with great attention the developments concerning university alliances. There are 25 Italian universities involved in alliances, and as Professor Riccio said, at the beginning of August, we had a meeting whose PowerPoint presentations will be also soon published on the international web pages of ANVUR, concerning the possibility of support that both the ministry on the one side and the agency on the other side, each for its competencies, can give to the development of this initiative. We also supporting some clusters of alliances in the participation to the Erasmus call on the European label. So we are quite aware of the challenges concerning the development of European universities. What I now want to show you is precisely, well, I will say a few words on the standards and guidelines of quality assurance, but just because this is, of course, the base of all the work we are talking about today. And I talk about the presence of ANVUR in the international boards like the association ENCA, and also the steps that we are now doing to be included also in the ECHA register. We're not yet in the ECHA register for reasons that I will explain, and this is very important because to work in quality assurance at an European level, you need to be also registered in ECHA, and we are fully aware of that, and we're working in its direction. And then I'll say a few words on the work that ANVUR is currently doing in order to allow Italian universities which belong to alliances also to apply the simplified European approach to quality assurance of joint programs. We believe that this is an important step on the side of the agency, but also on the side of the ministry. But in order to be implemented, as I will say, an intervention by a legal change in the current legislation is needed, and the ministry is fully aware of that. We had a meeting yesterday, or the day before yesterday, maybe. We're now waiting for a new Ministry of University because government has recently changed, but we hope that this will be a goal that we can reach in a reasonably short time. So very fast, because these are things that you all know. We all know that the framework of the European higher education is changing very fast. There's a growing importance of internationalization, growing importance, therefore, different types of transnational education, so cross-border higher education, and increased student mobility, the use of digital tools for course delivery. Flexibility is like a word which is more and more at the center of the debate, also the political debate. It has been also at the center of the action of the former Ministry of University. Well, the Italian system, as we all know, is not particularly flexible, but okay, we are aware that there are things that have to be changed. There's increased collaboration, but there is also increased competition between institutions at a global level, and also a growing presence of non-traditional suppliers. This changes enormously the work of the accreditation, the quality assurance agencies. Our new governing board has started its mandate in 2020, actually during the pandemic, and we are trying to support the improvement of the quality of transnational higher education through close interinstitutional cooperation, and trying also to push towards these necessary changes to the regulatory framework. At the same time, we have to do internal work to comply with what the European system of quality assurances asks us to do. Well, I will not talk about the ESGs that you all know. So second version 2015, you all know that there is ongoing discussion about an update of the ESGs, and that the ongoing discussion concerns, among others, also the relationship between higher education quality assurance and the quality assurance of research. Probably ESGs, as this is also my opinion, not reasonable, will remain a tool to assess the quality assurance of higher education, but anyway, also quality assurance of research and quality assurance of societal impact and activities which are addressed to the society will have a more and more important role. Well, let me just skip, of course, the ESGs. Well, the only point that I need to stress, because it is related also to what I will say about the European approach, is that ESGs are a common framework. The current president of ENCA, Douglas Blackstock, insists a lot on that, on the importance of diversity as a value. That is that you don't have to converge towards a unique system of educational provisions, but well, it is important to have the ESGs as a common base, not as quality standards, but as quality assurance standards that can be interpreted also in a flexible way to adjust different frameworks and systems of higher education. And this is, of course, very important if we talk about European universities, and even more if you talk about going in the direction of an European degree or a European diploma. This is also the future. About ANVUR, okay, of course I skipped all what was on the screen about the ESGs, you don't need to know that, but why was it on the screen? Because this is important to say. I'm not sure, and actually we know exactly, I'm not sure is somehow to be kind, that the knowledge of the ESG is as wide as we would expect also within the national, I mean, I talk about the national university system. And I think that the ESG should be known by all the, not only by the persons who are directly planning international initiatives in the field of higher education, but really they should be known by the system as a whole. Well, ANVUR evaluation procedures include ESGs in many aspects, not all of them. There is a big part of ANVUR's activity which concerns research, and research is not included and it's not assessed within the framework of the ESGs, but it is very important for ANVUR. We do evaluation of research. I just say it for the colleagues who are not Italian and not familiar with the Italian system. We have a huge exercise of evaluation of research outputs every 5 years. And we also develop, as Italians very well know, criteria and indicators for the assessment of the profiles of the researchers that want to candidate for the national scientific habilitation. And we do other work, but then the ESGs, of course, they are involved when we talk about initial accreditation of universities and of special schools, a special kind of universities that offer provisions at a third level, so PhD mainly. Then in the periodic accreditation, well, actually better said, in the periodic assessment of universities and study programs, accreditation is given by the ministry, even always basing on ANVUR judgment. And ESGs, of course, are involved in initial accreditation and periodic evaluation of PhD programs, but this has happened only recently. We didn't have PhDs within the framework of our assessment, periodic assessment activities until now. It will start now at the end of this year. And then this, I heard that there is some representative for an alliance which is concerned with higher education in the arts. Well, higher education in the arts and music and dance in Italy, it is also a branch of higher education, but it is ruled by a completely different legal framework. And this is a very big problem for us. I am responsible in ANVUR also for higher education in arts and music. And it is a big problem. Why? Because this framework has never developed entirely. There is a law which goes back to 1999, and its applicative decrees have never been issued, actually, only partly issued. And so it is a very fragmented field. And this is one of the problems why, as I will say, we didn't yet succeed into being members of ECAR, which is very important for this discussion concerning European University Initiative. So, as you probably know, I don't know if you do all know that, to be member of ENCA, an agency has to undergo a visit, so an external evaluation procedure, which implies compliance, implies that the compliance with the ESG has to be verified as a whole, of course. There can be aspects for which an agency is not fully compliant, but this is the reason why ENCA includes 54 members currently, but also 51 affiliates, so members that have no right to vote because they are not fully compliant with the ESGs. Sometimes they're not at all compliant because, for instance, there is no independence between the agency in a certain context and the ministry and the politics. And this is also a problem for the future development, of course, of European universities, if you take Europe in a wider sense, because there are agencies that will not be able to be evaluated within the framework of a European alliance with an approach based, with an ESG-based approach. And this is something that we have to take into consideration. The ECHA register, as many of you probably know, this will come again later, is the European Quality Assurance Register for Higher Education, which was in 2015 at the Yerevan conference, the same conference in which the new version of the ESGs was released. The ECHA was chosen as the basis for the possibility to have agencies operating in a European higher education area, in the sense that if an agency wants to operate as accreditation agency outside the borders of its nation, it has to be an ECHA registered agency. And if it wants to lead an evaluation based on the European approach, it has to be an ECHA registered agency. This is, in fact, and also in this last call issued by the Erasmus Plus, about which has one part devoted to the creation of a European label for joint programs, for specially qualified joint programs, which goes, of course, in the direction of having these same rules applied to all the programs delivered within the agencies. Also, this fact that the assessment has to be led by an ECHA registered agency has been underlined again. So to be included in the ECHA registers, you don't have to undergo a second visit. You can use the same external evaluation procedure that has been put in place to be included as the ENCA members, but ECHA decision is a separate one. An ECHA decision is based on an interpretation of the ESGs, which is more rigid compared to the one used by ENCA, which is in fact more flexible. This is the general framework. Well, then, okay, there is the visit is similar to what we Italian know for the other procedure. So not similar, but not identical. So the agency which wants to be evaluated has to prepare a self-assessment report explaining all the area in which it works and defining the level of compliance with the ESGs. There is an on-site visit. There is the preparation of final evaluation report, and there is a decision. And then there is a separate decision by ECHA. In fact, with the last change of status by ENCA, ECHA decides first, which is not necessarily the best option, let's say, but I mean, this is what has been chosen. And then there is a series of recommendations. So we also underwent this visit in 2018, as I said. We received a number of recommendations, but especially we were then accepted as member of ENCA, but we had some hard recommendations, so to say, by ECHA, so supplementary ones, and so we could not be included in the ECHA register, but we will try again now, concerning specifically AFAM, so higher education in the field of music and the arts, concerning the PhDs also, which was not completely compliant with ESG because it didn't have a system of periodic accreditation of the PhD courses. Then we also had a recommendation concerning the fact that we did not include students in all our procedures of evaluation. Most of them, yes, but for some procedures, for instance, accreditation of new study courses, the ANVUR thought that it was not necessary to include students because students had not, they thought that they should not have voice when a new course was defined, but in fact now we include students also in the evaluation of new study courses, the accreditation of proposal of accreditation of new study courses. And then another point, maybe one of the most important points, is that in the previous procedures, especially those of periodic accreditation, we did not include the publication of full versions of the evaluation reports. We just published, as it is typical in the Italian system that always has then a very strong legal pressures on the decisions that have been taken. And then we just published summaries thinking that all the details of the evaluations were not apt to be published. But in fact, this is what we're going to do from now onward. This is just to say, okay, just skip the slides on how the review was conducted. We'll have a new review at the end of 2023. This is important for the European University Alliances initiative because we hope to be included in the ECHA register. We are really intensifying our relationships with ENCA and also with ECHA. We had meetings with them. We participate to their also initiatives, and we hope that we will manage to reach compliance by the end of 2023. What will that bring to the University Alliances initiatives? As I said, ANVUR is following that very closely. It is trying, I mean, this is not the role of ANVUR, of course, to push the Italian universities, which are members of alliances, to cooperate. But we feel that there is a need of cooperation, that there is, for instance, it is quite striking that in Italy, there are 25 universities which are members of alliances, and there is no website, no page, no place where you can have all the names, the alliances to which the universities belong, the reference, the contact person. So I'm really thinking that this would be helpful. Well, then you cannot force people to cooperate, but for instance, as I said, ANVUR decided to support the clusters of alliances that wanted to apply for this Erasmus call, but then we had to have one-to-one interactions to explain them that we would participate to all the projects, because of course all the convincing projects, because we could not say we participate to that or to that. We are a national agency, but we had really to collect the information directly talking to each of them, because there's no way to have a general vision of what is happening. So there are a lot of topics of discussion in which more cooperation would be useful. For instance, well, this increasing diversification of quality assurance approaches. There is this risk of an excessive variety of interpretations. Already, as I said, the ESG are interpreted differently by ENCA and by ECHA. There is this general emphasis put on research and not so much, except for some agencies in Europe, but it's, well, most agencies that operate not only at a national level, but at a regional level and within different frameworks, they normally are focused on teaching rather than on research or on what we call third mission, which is not a nice term, but this is what we call it. There's a need for more flexibility. There is a need of looking at results and not bureaucratizing quality assurance. It is always often complained. No? And there is, well, the need to facilitate recognition or qualification. Well, then there is, going in this direction, for what concerns higher education, there is this debate on the use of a European approach to quality assurance of joint programs, which should avoid the repetitiveness, fragmentation, contradiction. It should avoid that each university is evaluated according to its own quality assurance framework. Should define unique accreditation standards. It should facilitate an integrated approach to the QA of joint programs. Joint programs are integrated initiatives, integrated proposals. So it's not that logical that then you go and evaluate their separate their different parts. But if you look on the ECHA website, you will see that although the European approach was endorsed by the ministers of the European higher education area already in 2015, there is a document by the ministries at the end of one of the ministerial conferences. Only 17 clusters, 17 joint programs have been evaluated until now using the European approach. There's the need of legislative changes. For instance, in Italy, it is impossible to use the European approach to date. but it's impossible to date because there is the need of a ministerial degree that allows it. I mean, it will be, let's say, quite easily possible because the European approach, it is in fact a more flexible framework compared to the national AVA system, which is a very detailed, a very, well, very heavy way to evaluate national courses. But the European approach has 9 standards, and the 9 standards do not have substandards. They do not have points of attention, use the Italian terminology. And they produce then quite a narrative vision of the quality of a university alliance or of a joint course, if you want. And it is based as the ENCA procedure that I have explained to you on the preparation of a self-assessment report, not by a single institution, but by the consortium. And then there is a group of experts, a panel of experts that verifies and produces an external, well, makes a visit just to one of the universities. The others, of course, are also considered, but the visit on site, of course, is just in one place. And then it issues a report, which is normally a 30-page report. So, well, the reports are published on the ECHA website, so you can go and look at how a report by one of the expert groups look like. And it considers, well, I cannot go into the details now, but it considers the main aspects, which are also ESG compliant aspects, from eligibility. So, of course, if you want to issue a joint degree, it has to be a degree issued by institutions that are allowed to issue degrees, and it has to have a certain number of characteristics. Learning outcomes, so ESG 1-2, seen from the perspective of internal quality assurance, study program, admission and recognition, learning, teaching, and assessment. But this is also verified in quite a narrative way. So the judgment of the group, of the panel of experts is not then split into individual points of attention, but it is a global one. Student support, resources, transparency. I don't know why now we have all these nice, well, yeah, but this is quite strange because I used the same the same system for the whole presentation. But anyway, quality assurance, that means that there has to be a global system of quality assurance in place. But this, if you want to put an alliance, then you have to do it. And then there is a procedure which is altogether very similar to the one I have described you for the ENCA accreditation. And the judgment then has a periodicity of 6 years. So this can be led by any European agency which is in the ECHA database. This means, I say it for the Italian partners, that we really took, well, we really want to get to be also in the ECHA register because there will be alliances that will be led by Italian university, or more generally that we want to have an Italian agency leading the evaluation. And then, but already at the moment, I mean, any alliance in which there is an Italian university can be, could be evaluated through the European approach if the ministry accept, as we are really confident that will happen. We really started very deep interaction. If there will be, we have to wait next ministry, so I'm not taking any engagement in the name of the ministry because we're not the ministry. So sometimes this is something that it's maybe important to say, because sometimes people say, oh, ANVUR wants to apply a very heavy system of quality assurance. Or ANVUR, well, we do our part, which can be well done or not well done, but then it's the ministry that has to take decisions in this field. So if ANVUR is really engaging itself into promoting the possibility of doing that, and then we'll see what will happen. We hope, and we are confident that this is a direction in which yes, the minister has to issue a decree, ministerial decree, which will be an annex to 1154, and well, we'll see. But this is a preparatory work. This is something that we really believe that we need to go in this direction. Then there will be, as I said, future challenges, because not all the European countries can use these tools. these tools are now being tested in the direction of this label. Well, the fact that the European community wants to go in this direction, well, it's significant. I mean, the Erasmus Plus call is simply like a push in that direction at the moment. And we hope that this will help also to make qualifications easier to recognize, periods of mobility easier to recognize. There's the big issue of issuing certifications in a digital way. And of course, what is asked by everybody to limit the pressure of bureaucracy. Well, of course, a system in which you have to accredit all the parts of a degree, it's of course something that cannot be accepted as a perspective, and we are absolutely agree with this. And then there is the horizon of the European degree, which is something even more complex to set on, but there is also huge discussion on that. I hope I succeeded into giving you an idea of what we are doing on our side, and really wish the European alliances good luck also for the future, for the huge work that you're all doing. We know how difficult it is at the moment and you really have to believe in the future of higher education happening and the European and hopefully international level to do all this work in the name of the whole higher education community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this very illuminating presentation. I think we have a common terrain to work on, and it's really comforting the idea that you are an ally for us, in moving forward our evaluation policy agenda, as we can find for sure synergy, in the EFG, in the ENCA framework to work together towards that unified evaluative framework, which still maintains some degree of flexibility for alliances, for universities that working within alliances. And I guess, the whole preoccupation that has been laid out in some other circles, to harmonize the rules, regulation at the national level, probably is not that daunting as an effort. When there is political will, when there is commitment, to work together toward a commonly shared goal, I feel, not optimistic, but confident. Optimistic because, we don't know yet our next minister, but I feel that, we can definitely, with this preparatory work already in place, with the expertise and the values that you are sharing as well. This is not just a matter of mastering the technicalities, but this is also a matter of sharing a certain vision of university in this new world. So I feel confident that we can move forward with more on a more solid ground. Really trying to tap into this complementarities at different levels. So no, there is another presentation, and then we will devote time to questions. But indeed, if there are questions, specifically, Antonio Serrano, unfortunately, was presenting with the colleagues. Please come on forward here on the stage. He was supposed to take part into this second presentation. I guess the colleagues will represent his view. So I give the floor to Veronica Razzi and Maurizio. First, Maurizio.
First of all, thanks University of Federico II and Aurora Alliance for inviting us as a Unit Alliance to be here. We are happy to share our experience so far with the Alliance and also sharing some aspects regarding the quality assurance implementation. Unfortunately, Antonio Serrano, who is our president of the Quality Innovation Board, director of the regional agency quality evaluation in the region of Aragon in Spain, at the very last moment was held for urgent matters, so he isn't able to connect online. but we will try to do our best to present also his views. So let me just introduce ourselves. I'm Maurizio De Tullio, Executive Coordinator of the UNITA Alliance. And with me, there is Veronica Razzi, who is a member of our Quality Innovation Board, our President of the Quality Unit in UNITO in Torino. Also, maybe also you are a quality evaluator for Hamburg. You could also add that. Okay. So on behalf of Antonio Serrano, of course, he sends you his best wishes for the success of the workshop, and also his greetings to Hamburg, because I know you already met before. So maybe I can upload the presentation. Okay. So UNITA Universitas Montium is an alliance that groups 6 universities. You can see them in red in the map. From west to east, we have Covilhã in Portugal, in the Serra da Estrela Mountains. We have Zaragoza in the Pyrenees region. Yeah, yes. Okay. Okay, good. Zaragoza in the Pyrenees region in Spain, Université de Pau et Pays de l'Adour for the French Pyrenees in France. Yeah, this is okay. Université de Savoie-Mont-Blanc in Chambéry, French Alps. We have Torino, Western Alps in Italy, and then Timișoara from the Banat Mountains in Romania. These are the founding partners. And then during the first year, we added also some associated university institutions that are the Politecnico da Guarda, always in the Beira region in Portugal, Public University of Navarra, Pamplona. Then we have the University of Brescia, Central Alps area, and the University of Brasov, coming from the Transylvania region in Romania. And these 4 new partners will also be our full partners in the application that we're going to apply for the next call, the very next call we have in the next days. So we will be, in the end, 10 partners, 10 full partners for the expansion of the alliance. Then we have also other 2 partners that will stay as associated partners, that are the Haute École Spécialisée de la Suisse Occidentale in Switzerland, and the National University of Chernivtsi in Ukraine, that actually have a strong connection with Romania, because they have an important Romanian community dating back from World War II. We are part of the second wave of the alliances, so we started in November 2020. As you might have guessed, we have some common points that we are based in rural and mountainous area in cross-border regions, and we share also the Romance languages. So we have these common roots of the Romance languages, and we thought that this could be a weak point in the beginning, because we are basically all in Southern Europe. But then we realized that this could be also a strong point, because in this way we keep our homogeneity, and we can work on our common roots. And in fact, this was good for our success because we succeeded in applying for the application. And we also work on 3 research areas with a major impact on these local ecosystems, as I said before, rural mountainous areas. So we have these renewable energies, circular economy and cultural heritage fields of research on which we concentrate our efforts. So our long-term vision, in practical ways explained, is to work on creating new flexible learning paths, but at the European level. So giving space for personalization of the learning paths, but with an international approach, of course, towards joint programs. Then we support the use of intercomprehension methods, and I will tell you some words about it later, and the use of Romance languages to enhance our linguistic diversity and promote inclusion. Of course, as all the alliances, we participate, we give our effort in working on the image of European citizenship and identity. One of our real challenges is to build the foundations of our research in the 3 areas, but with a positive fallout on local isolated territories. We have the goal to build a digital UNITA virtual campus as a single entry point for all the contents and services, and finally to build a federal structure, so a kind of legal entity where each institution, while retaining its autonomy, can also gain because of the scaling up in attractiveness and quality given by the European university. Just a few words on our organization. As you can see from the image, we have several boards because we try to create a really participative governance from all the stakeholders, meaning students, teachers, researchers, administrative staff, but also external stakeholders like ONG, companies, local authorities. We have at the center the governance board, which is a strategic decisional maker, and the management committee who takes care of operational decisions in strong link with the governance board. We have the UNITA offices. This is an original creation of our governance, meaning that we have a pool of teachers and administrative staff working together to connect the project with our local institutions in terms of communications, but also in actions and decisions from and towards local institutions. Then we have the Quality and Evaluation Board that is chaired by Antonio Serrano, and for quality, as in IRUA, is also a transversal work package. So it's actually not a work package, but it's included in work package 1, management and coordination, because of the transversality. And the interesting is that the Antonio Serrano comes from an external evaluation agency in Spain, because initially he was involved as an associated partner with his agency ACPUA. But then we involved him as a president of the board, and that was a good choice, as Veronica will better say later. Then we have some consulting bodies that are the Advisory Council, a large pool of composed of teachers, students, external stakeholders, companies, local authorities, ONGs, that work on challenge-based ideas. So periodically we launch some topics, and depending on the topics, we work all together, or maybe only the external stakeholders or teachers and students, depending. It's very variable. What matters is to have some good ideas, big ideas for our project. Then we have the Student Assembly, which is an autonomous think tank. So they regulate also themselves, they meet autonomously, and they propose also ideas for our project. All these stakeholders are included as representatives in the governance board. Then we have the rectors in the governance board, but also representatives of students, administration, and teachers, and so on. Then we have all package task forces as every project. And finally, the coordinator who connects all these bodies, all these people, at least he tries, and also tries to provide for a decent project management. So I will go on now with showing you some highlights picked up from our interim report. But an important premise I'm going to say. We have here this question that, of course, regards all the alliances. How to make our alliance a recognizable change agent in the European higher education area. So how to act and be perceived as a European university. Of course, it's very challenging because we are in a pilot phase. Our project lasts only for 3 years. So it's really hard to be really to be able to transform, to implement changes. What we are really doing in this phase is trying to pave the ground for our European university. So basically, we are creating the enabling conditions for this European university, and we are testing and experimenting, basing this on the effort, enthusiasm, commitment of teachers, researchers, administrative staff, who of course keep their original work in each institution, and this adds up. So it's an extra load for all of us. Very few in the alliance are 100% working for this. Me and a few others, really. So having said that, let's see some results, very interesting results regarding personalization and internationalization of study paths. From the very beginning, we worked on creating a kind of a online matrix. For this, we are using an open source solution. We try to all use open source solutions if possible. With this tool, it's a way to browse through 500 study programs and 3,000 subjects in the 3 thematic areas. And with this tool, you can use like a monocular. So you can start browsing from the level of the, let's say, the institution, and then you go down to the level of the kind of degree, bachelor or master. Then you go down to the level of thematic, circular economy or renewable energy. And then you go down to the single study program, still the single subject. And this is very useful because in this way, we can find matchable activities, matchable subjects or study programs that can help in creating these internationalized curricula and preparing the students for their mobility experiences in the different countries. It is a really database besides behind what you see here in the image. There's a database that collects all the information, and then it's easy for a network of staff members that we call, maybe with the pretentious name, hubs of success, to advise our students for choosing the study paths for their international curricula. Then, of course, we organize experts workshops. For example, 2 workshops so far with more than 600 participants, studying new forms of digital learning or student-centered pedagogies. This is a way for collecting ideas and putting them into practice. And then we have, as an example of good collaboration The Alliance is, we have created a common online student evaluation survey of teaching and courses. Interesting because we all started with different, of course, surveys, different approaches. But then it took a while, but then we succeeded in having this kind of tool.
Faction questionnaires that the course.
It's for periodical evaluation by the students and also at the final stage, but also you can use after a mobility experience. Yes, yes. For intercomprehension, sorry, I forgot to say because I see it now. Torino University is the coordinating institution of the Alliance, and it's the only one Italian university coordinating an alliance in the 41 alliances. I say it with, of course, a point of honor, but also as a point of great responsibility on our shoulders. But we try to do our best. This is because also on intercomprehension, UNITO has a strong experience and expertise. So we are leading this work package dedicated to not only using our Romance languages. So we have periodically courses online or physical for learning French, Italian, Romanian, Portuguese, and so on. But we are training our students and staff, teaching administrative, in using the intercomprehension method. That means communicating while speaking your language. There are some techniques for doing this, but I can show you that, for example, even if not participating to one of these courses on intercomprehension, if you try in a formal meeting, speak slowly, with simple words, you can understand each other with a Portuguese, Spanish, or French. Well, maybe slightly difficult with Romanian, but we can try. So we are launching also teacher training in intercomprehension. So you don't need to be a linguist, also scientist or doctor or physician. You can learn intercomprehension techniques to teach. Then we have created a pilot of a university diploma in intercomprehension within USMB and UNITO for French fire extinguishers, working with their counterparts for cross-border cooperation. So this is very practical because we have a very technical words. So it was very interesting because it was also a way of uniting under the European citizenship approach. Then we have created some micro-credentials with release of digital open badges for Erasmus students. And I was saying before, we organize informal language learning for our Romance languages. About research innovation, we have created 3 research innovation hubs about the 3 topics. And again, in this also in this case, we have used a kind of cartography. So we have a tool for mapping all those 600 researchers across 10 universities and 647 projects on the 3 topics. Through this mapping, we are able now to match research groups, and they can work on applying for competitive calls for projects, for example, also for engaging our external stakeholders located in the rural territories. Through these hubs, we have also created so far 12 PhD co-tutor theses. Our goal is to allow to 30 by 2023. And we are creating 3 micro-credentials for bachelor students in each thematic it's only models, but ready to be implemented by the end of the project. I would say that rural mobility is kind of our flagship. We all have Erasmus mobilities, and we are experimenting virtual mobilities, hybrid models with BIPs. But this is very kind of very original and new because it does a bet on investing in rural mobility in these sometimes secluded areas in cross-border mountain areas, bringing together students from different fields for an experience of internship from 3 weeks to 2 months. You can see here a photo in near Torino on the Monviso mountain. Of course, it's not easy to be attractive with this kind of mobility. So far, we have 100 UNITA students, but we are trying to improve our communication. And they work in local firms, but with public authorities, or also with local researchers to revitalize these territories, counting also on financial support from local stakeholders like bank foundations. About this, I already mentioned virtual and hybrid models. We launched a survey to identify obstacles with physical mobility. This is very useful as a starting point and from a quality approach for understanding what are the main hurdles. What is interesting is the introduction of what we call a flexibility window, which allows students to choose freely up to 20% of the study program with no need of a validation of the pedagogical reference. So this introduces forms of personalization. And of course, we are experimenting the so-called COIL, or we call them UCL, UNITA Collaborative International Learning, the 2 pilots about 2 courses, marketing management and intercomprehension. About European identity and citizenship, well, I think this is kind of common with other alliances. We work on creating a forum on European citizenship involving students and citizens in the rural areas with online and in-presence workshops. We launched also an audiovisual contest with photo and video for the concept of European identity. We also provide prizes for bachelor and master dissertations and the doctorate in capital. Virtual campus, well, I will go this very quickly because I said already before, we are starting to provide some services on this virtual campus. For example, the forums for students and staff and external stakeholders, as well as for the virtual mobilities, we use surveys and for data analytics. Okay, this is something that goes beyond our borders of UNITA. We are trying to engage universities all over the world, always speaking Romance languages. Up to now, 30 partners from Latin America, North America, Africa, and Asia to cooperate in teaching, research, and management, and with the aim to share best practices. And as a deliverable, we will also issue a best practice award after having benchmarked all the practices among all the partners of this called Gemini network. We started recently with the launch of the program, and then we are going to work together in workshops online and physically. About the financial sustainability, thanks to the potential of the Alliance, we managed to succeed in winning some other calls that we call Constellation projects. So we have here one project, Connect UNITA, to develop the virtual campus that works specifically on innovative teaching, as another SWOFs project ReUnita as a booster for all the enabling conditions for the research. Just an example on this, we signed an agreement for sharing our infrastructures, laboratories or complex tools for research in each university. So researchers can mutually exchange these infrastructures. And this is also a good example of pooling resources, because this is expected at the level of European alliances, pooling our resources, material resources, but even human resources. I forgot to say something before about human resources. While it is normal for teaching researchers to be part of international communities, it's not the same for administration. Apart from the international offices, mobility offices, usually all the other administration offices work if it goes well at the national level, not beyond. So thanks to the alliance, Europeanization, we are able now to exchange practices, to talk, to visit each other through staff weeks for the whole administration. So we had staff weeks with IT staff, with quality staff, for example, for budget, etc. UNITA is about working on creating entrepreneurial mindsets in research innovation hubs. And we organize the Researchers' Night all together through this project, Unite, for dissemination and impact. Besides this, we have some ministerial funding schemes as a co-funding. And if you sum up constellation projects and the co-funding through ministerial or regional sources, we managed to collect 14 million euro at April 2022. Not bad. And the last, I think the last from my side is we are working on creating the legal entity that will manage the alliance beyond the duration of the project. So we try to explore different European legal forms. And finally, we chose the European Economic Interest Group, EIG, as a viable model for UNITA, but not the best, not perfect. We will work on improving it to a dedicated pilot code that we are going to apply this week, so that we can test it and propose improvements to the European Commission. But in the meantime, this legal entity will be in place starting from January 2023. And our goal is to use this legal entity for doing things that can be done better at that level, or things that cannot be done for national constraints at our level. So this will be a complementary instrument to our local institutions. And that's all, and thanks for your attention. Now I will leave the floor to Veronica for the quality and evaluation aspects in UNITA.
Thank you very much. So now I will briefly recall some key aspects about quality and evaluation in UNITA. So according to the UNITA Work Package 1, Management and Coordination, the Alliance will ensure the quality of UNITA, define UNITA quality assurance policy, organize the activity of the Quality and Evaluation Board, and coordinate the implementation of the quality assurance recommendation. So the Quality Assurance Board Action Plan outlines the Quality Assurance Board's actions and activities in a task summary table. Here it is. Establishing and organizing the quality ecosystem and the Quality Relation Board, defining UNITA quality assurance policy, setting up the UNITA quality assurance organization, evaluating the UNITA constellation projects implementation and results, evaluating the UNITA and ReUnita processes related to education, research, and third mission activities, and ensuring the implementation of quality management system for a selection of UNITA services. So up to now, 7 working groups have been set up within the Quality and Evaluation Board, each of them in charge of developing specific tasks and subtasks, which concerns the definition of a quality assurance policy document shared and for feedbacks with partners, a document on actors and roles of quality assurance, a document on communication flow, let's say a communication chart, a quality review checklist with a quality review of a limited sample of deliverables as a pilot phase 2, a self-assessment report with evidence of good practices, a document on quality management services, and a document on quality assurance of teaching and of research. The annual report by the Quality Relation Board focuses on the analysis of UNITA's results, good practices, and recommendations, highlighting main achievements of UNITA and strengths at the end of 2021, but also, of course, weak points. For example, sustainability of the project implementation, which will, due to its hard impact on local human resources, integration among the 4 projects of the work package and the work packages composing them. This will imply the improvement of coordination, adhesion of all the university community, and this will imply the increase of awareness and participation of students and of external stakeholders, and this will imply increase their involvement in the initiatives. What about the 3 axes of our meeting? Let's say transformation of courses within Alliance, coordination of students and faculty mobility to promote internationalization, and dialogue with stakeholders for social engagement and entrepreneurship. Concerning the first one, the first X, transformation of courses within UNITA, we have a work package which will focus about UNITA teaching and learning according to a flexible and student-centered perspective, of course. And then, as Maurizio said, another work package to innovate education through internationalized curricula and support the personalization and recognition of study paths, preparing an online matrix matching recognizable activities and subjects in the 3 thematic areas offered at UNITA University, both at master's and bachelor's and master's degree level, which is the main goal. So we can say define co-build courses and co-build semesters by identifying relevant study paths, including some semesters of mobility, identifying within the study programs the potential of both similar subjects about ECTS, contents, learning outcomes, skills, and so on, and connected subjects about prerequisites, contents, etc. To which process we aim to reach this objective, checking the potential compatibility of study programs, creating a list of shareable subjects within each study program, and indicating the similar connected subjects. About the second X of our meeting, coordination of student and faculty mobility to promote internationalization, which is a situation within UNITA. We have a work package 6 focused on UNITA mobility for all, as Maurizio said some minutes ago. By what we are trying to reach these objectives, increasing mobility for all, identifying obstacles to physical mobility, recommendations and promotion, introducing and testing the flexibility window, designing new forms of mobility, blended, virtual, and so on, but also digitalizing management process to support and enhance mobilities through digitalizing administrative processes for students' mobility, adapting diploma supplements to UNITA context, and promoting the European new Europass. Finally, about the third X of our meeting, let's say dialogue with stakeholders for social engagement and entrepreneurship. We have some work packages of UNITA and UNITA which focus these kind of aspects. For example, UNITA work package 4 research and innovation focusing on rural and mountain territories, needs in renewable energy, cultural heritage, and circular economy, and enhance entrepreneurship and employment, or reinforcing cooperation with non-academic actors, especially academia business cooperation, and empowering research and innovation development-based entrepreneurship, or in the ReUnita project, and work package focused on the involvement of citizens, civil society, and public actors in research and innovation and development of open science practices. But is the InnoUnita project, which is the project that most focuses on this kind of objectives. How? For example, through the collaboration with KICS, organizing workshops on EIT KICS Program 30 for entrepreneurship, or page 5, developing structures and conditions for people to create or develop their business and startups through the InnoUnita entrepreneurship roundtables, the InnoUnita entrepreneurship speech competitions, and the InnoUnita entrepreneurships winter school. But also developing innovation and entrepreneurial training programs and mentoring schemes for staff and students, and organizing internships in business. And finally, the part that was in charge of Antonio Serrano, who unfortunately can't be here, as Maurizio explained before. What about the external evaluation of UNITA? Twice in the UNITA project's lifespan, there will be an audit by an external quality agency giving recommendations to be followed. The first evaluation by Arashis, the Romanian agency, will be conducted during the autumn 2022. The guiding objective is the implementation, of course, of the European framework for the comprehensive quality assurance of European university. Thank you very much.
Another well-laid case of evaluation policy that for an alliance. Expands. I really like the way you act proactively, actually go beyond the actual data sets, the actual current practices in evaluation, not just site visits here and there, not just a few documents here and there, but and of course surveys on students after mobility. Also, these other initiatives in association with the Romanian's agency. So it's a proactive approach to evaluation rather than complying with in a creative way, as we have already heard this afternoon, with the requirements of quality assurance evaluation. So I would like to really treasure if you want your experience and monitor, even soliciting your own further reflection on the practice we have developed for a publication. And at this point, are there questions from the floor? Yes. Erika.
Thank you so much for the great presentation. I was really interested in the work packages that are assessing and working towards quality, because I could see one connected with teaching, one connected with research. Can you tell us a bit more about that? What was the scale of people involved across the different institutions? How do they operate? How regularly they meet? What have been the outcomes? sorry if it's many questions, then we can, but I would like to understand how it's implemented in a way. Thank you.
The key word is benchmarking. From the very beginning, when we were thinking about a document on quality assurance policy of our alliance, we started reading the regulation of every country, national regulation of every country of our partners. Then we benchmarked the quality assurance policy document of all the partners, of all us, to identify the key elements that, of course, all derive from the ESG 2015 to 2015, of course. And starting from this obliged and very useful benchmarking, we went on and on till the definition of a document of quality assurance policy for the whole alliance. We did the same for every single aspect. Let's just say a model for a model form for the teaching courses, a model form for the surveys, student surveys. And we did the same benchmarking again, every document concerned the specific aspect we were working on to identify the common elements and to identify best practices and to share best practices, reinforcing this common basis, this shared basis among all the partners. And we did the same for every single aspect. Let's just say a document on quality assurance of teaching, a document on quality assurance of research processes. Let's just say how all the partners operate in every single, according to every single aspect that we were analyzing that moment, which is the composition of the groups. Of course, we try to identify the colleagues. We have a strong experience and we involve them in every single group because obviously you try to take advantage of the experience and the competences of every colleague. There is a representative of each partner in each group to have a global vision of the work that will be carried out. And the meetings, let's say, the communication is constant. But we try to organize meeting not only, I don't know, with a fixed scheduled time, every week, every 2 weeks, every month. It depends. A group can need to meet often because some peculiarities emerge from the benchmarking, or it's sufficient to meet twice a month, once a month. It depends. Let's say there is no obliged meeting, but the meeting must represent an answer to a need. Okay. I don't know if I have
yeah, just a clarification question. How was that evaluation work perceived? Was it perceived as some type of activity or the perception that I had? It's something that was shared, some evaluation work shared across different groups in the management team. So it's not just confined into a specific team package. That's also something that we need to take into consideration.
Yes, if I have correctly understood, when we say that we try to identify the most skilled colleagues to involve them in a special particular group, it's volunteering, of course. We don't oblige colleague to do something, no? But this is an important way to increase awareness. It's a hard job, of course. We know, every one of us, we are here because this is a huge job, but we are willing to do it. There is a good awareness, and we have to work more and more on this aspect to increase the actual awareness, to create a deeper and to expand this awareness. But there is a consciousness and the awareness of the importance of these processes and practices. Otherwise, we can't work. If we don't try to define a system for quality and evaluation, we can't work. So we are very motivated. We are trying to work at our best. Colleagues know that this imply a great effort, but are also very interested and motivated. And we hope that they will be more and more interested and motivated at that, and that more and more colleagues in the future will be increasing exactly the awareness, as we said. But perhaps Mauricio was saying something?
Okay. Just to complement about the organizational aspects of the Quality Innovation Board, from the very beginning, we constituted not only a Quality Innovation Board, but also what we call a quality ecosystem group, which is composed by quality experts, mainly from the quality offices, from the universities, but also with teachers, experts in quality. As an operational arm of the Quality Innovation Board. So what I think worked well is the fact that once we approved and spread the quality assurance policy, we immediately after worked on the putting it into practice through an action plan. So all what we have to do concerning quality assurance and evaluation is in the action plan until the end of the projects. And according to the action plan, we set up working groups. So the quality ecosystem is basically split in working groups, usually with one representative from the Quality Innovation Board inside it for supervision. And they know they have a deadline and an output to produce according to the action plan. So basically basic organizational rules, but I think that they work good.
Frank, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So also a question for the UNITA team. So thanks a lot for giving us an insight into the quality assurance of your lines. Having presented today together with Chiara our external evaluation process, I would like to know more about your external evaluation. So for example, what criteria do you use? I have seen that you're also using the unique model. Do you use it every year the same structure, the same reference points, or are there differences? Because I've seen you do it, or you plan, or you have done it twice so far. And could you briefly describe what the follow-up process looks like? So what happens after this evaluation? And well, in general, do you see any similarities or differences to your model compared to what we have presented today? Maybe you can just elaborate a bit more on that aspect.
Thank you. So about the external evaluation, this is a work in progress. Let's say the guiding objective, as we were saying, is the implementation through these kind of audits of the European frameworks for the comprehensive quality assurance of European universities. This is in progress. So will be an element to test
how to define better and better in a very every clearer way a system and a framework for external evaluation of these European universities and alliances. Let's say all together we work to define from the perspective of the evaluator and from the perspective of the evaluated alliance to define this European framework for quality assurance and for external evaluation of quality assurance. This is a work in progress, and we are a pile of experience, let's say, this year and next autumn. So we will have two, this autumn, this fall, and in fall 2023. I don't know if I have answered enough to your question.
Just to complement, we have this double approach in regarding quality assurance evaluation. From one side, we try to ensure quality assurance evaluations for our main missions, so teaching, research, and service management services, using the ESG guidelines, European quality framework, and so on. But from the other side, we try to ensure a sound project management from the quality point of view. And that is the purpose of the quality review checklist, which is inspired by a model used by the European Commission, which is called PM2. You can find it on the web. But we adapted it and to our specificities, and we are actually testing in these days this tool, and with some key questions, we try to assess self-assess basically how we are managing our project from the point of view of planning, scheduling, organization, communication, budget, client satisfaction, and so on. For example, we are launching surveys to the work package teams to have their feedback on how was their experience in the work packages. Yeah. They are answering these days. They are collecting data. So we gave them tomorrow as a deadline, but I know they are answering. So it's good also to inquire about the climate, organizational climate within the work pages, because also of the workload, balance workload with the private life and so on. So we try to ensure both these two approaches. Regarding the difference with your alliance, for what I understood, you pointed directly to the evaluation, and that is obviously the final and most important step. We worked on first of all on all the quality assurance aspects. So as Veronica was saying, with these working groups and so on. I don't know if I was too much synthetic with my explanation.
Yeah, thanks. But I tried to find this PN2 model on the web right now. I couldn't find it. Could you repeat it? It's called PN2.
You could look for quality management PM2, European Commission. Okay. These could be the keywords. European Commission, PM2, project management, quality. Yeah, these are the words.
Found it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other question? Well, after so many, you have a question? Yeah, I think after so many interesting suggestions, the descriptions into different practices, and insights that we can still reflect upon, as we go on with our practices in each alliance. I would like now to invite and Mayback to, to conclude, to get some takeaway from this very, I guess, rich seminar today. And I just take the opportunity again to thank you all for being here in person, but also being connected as far, after so many hours. And please, Ame, just give us, the few takeaways that we have to keep with us, for the next.
I will. Thank you, Rita. And don't worry, I'm not going to do a lengthy presentation. We've been listening enough to each other for today. So I just indeed everyone who was presenting probably saw me seriously scribbling away, and that was me taking my notes from what do I want to say at the end of all of this, and what am I taking home? I think we've done a really great sharing of what we are doing in terms of what is already in place in quality assurance and what are we thinking about. So I just wanted to mention a few things that jumped out to me when listening to you all. I think what was really interesting, everyone had really great points and things that they were talking about. I think for FilmEU, just the overview of what was important to them in terms of a quality culture and a common quality assurance framework, I thought was really interesting. And the KISS principle, I think keep it short and simple and short and sweet is something that we can all really take home with us for work. I thought Irua really, what I really liked there is that the approach to me sounded more that, evaluating the ability of the alliance to do their work rather than evaluating whether or not we are delivering deliverables. And I thought that was really a very key thing, because we constantly work with deliverables within our alliances, but just to look at the way we work and whether or not that is working, I thought was really key. And then, of course, the why, what, how, who, when model. I wrote it down. And one of the alliances who was also very honest about, having external evaluators coming in rather than doing it yourself. I think we heard that a couple of times, and I thought that was really important. Oh, and another one I thought was not seeing it as a one-off evaluation, but really a cumulative evaluation. Because you're right, we are piloting. We are just kind of trying to work our way throughout all of this, and nobody knows if we're doing it the right thing. So a different way of evaluating, I think, is really, really striking and really a good fit for what we do. Then on Engage EU, I really liked we did a bit of a technical deep dive on very specific topics, and I really liked that. But the overarching question was, of course, what's the impact of the higher education institution in society? And then, you were talking about tracking tools and instruments on the teaching and learning side, and then the graduate side. I thought that was really, really interesting. And again, also using big data to do that, I think is something that we probably all can learn from. Then Anvur, really interesting stuff, I think, for us, linking it to us as an alliance. I think the most important things is indeed cooperating with them and in other countries, other national agencies, because of course they're the Italian national agency. So the same goes for national agencies in other countries. And indeed, I think for key for us and national agencies is making sure that we facilitate recognition of qualifications automatically in the future, and what that means for us as alliances, and how do we do that, and how do we work with them. They also really, well made a list of kind of challenges for the European approach when it comes to that. And I think we've got a ways to go. Unita, oh God, I'm jealous. You've got 7 working groups on quality assurance. Can I just steal your ideas? I think it just is such a lovely, lovely integrated approach to quality assurance throughout your entire alliance. I mean, that you've got something called the quality ecosystem group. I want that. I'm going to steal it for our next bid. But I thought really the overarching approach of your alliance, how you look at quality and how you really integrate it across the board and look at all the different things that you do and say, what is the quality assurance aspect here? I think is really, really good, and something that, again, we can all learn from. If I could give my 2 cents in terms of next steps, and I don't want to give Mita any more work, But I think what today was really wonderful is what we shared, how we do it within our alliances. And I think the next steps would really be, okay, could we have a discussion and really open and freely just sit around a table? What are the hurdles that we are encountering in our individual alliances? And how can we exchange ideas on how to tackle them and what we could learn from each other? And then the next step would be, what are the hurdles on alliance level? Then the next step, what are the hurdles on national level? And the next step is, what are the hurdles on European level? And what do we as alliances need to tackle those from our regional governments, national governments, European governments? I'm already like wanting to write an action plan in my head, but I won't do that because I'm not a quality assurance expert. But these are kind of the things that I thought, if I can give Mita some more work, these are the type. Yeah, this is an alliance in itself. So let's. But yeah, no, those were my thoughts. If this moves on forward, I think those were the kind of interesting conversations that we could have. But I would also just want to say a big thank you for Mita for organizing everything, and to Alessandro and everyone here involved. And thank you for inviting me. I don't need much excuse to come to Naples, so it was lovely being here. Thanks everyone for your attention today. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. I think, again, I would like to also thank Alessandro, because it's a common understanding if we leave the seminar here. And I invite you all to the dinner tonight, social dinner, in Via Partenope, which is the waterfront. Via Partenope, the restaurant is Antonio and Antonio. Via Partenope, I'm gonna give you also the street number, 26. Antonio and Antonio. And I will wait for you just in a couple of hours there. If